jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
Yo, what it do? WCS Media is back at it again. Big shout out to the WCS supporters. Appreciate you pulling up. And everybody else that might be driving by, you know what I'm saying? Drop on in, hit the like button, share the content. So let's get right into it. I want to give some more people in the room, populate just a little bit, you know, for what I got going on. You know what I'm saying? I want as many ears as possible to understand what the Chronicles is about. Yes, I created the Chronicles, bro, because there's a lot of people that's going around here. Now all I hear is, you know, see the shark emoji. I mean, the shark meme and all that. But last time I checked, when it comes to fish, all I see is sharks on the shore, sharks being caught on a hook. You know what I'm saying? Sharks. What's a shark to a fisherman? So, you know, I eliminate the middleman because that's easy. I eliminate the middleman. I say, fuck the fisherman. We already know a shark can be caught. But when it comes to Team Crawford, this is the Hot Grease Chronicles going on because it's cooking season. It's cooking season, y'all. Hot Grease Chronicles EP 01 2022. You know what it is. It's cooking season, y'all. You know what tastes the best in hot grease is motherfucking fish. That's what tastes the best in hot grease. That's why this is the road to Undisputed. This is cooking season when it comes to any fish. It don't matter what size, any fish. And we all know sharks aren't the biggest fish. You know what I'm saying? We all know sharks aren't the biggest fish. But I heard they taste pretty good. And why not talk about 2022 now that, you know, Terrence Crawford has 3 belts? I like it. I love it. It's cooking season. You know, we're gonna do a lot of culinary media. You know, I'm gonna talk about the proper seasons that you use before you throw that fish into hot grease. All right. You know what I'm saying? I renamed Terrence Crawford. You know, it ain't like he had an alias, but his name, Bud Hot Grease Crawford, because I see him cooking Spence when they step into the ring, period. I see this going down the way I always said it. I believe Terrence Crawford stops Errol Spence Jr. But we'll say that later. We'll say that later, okay? We'll say that later. Hold on for a second. So for those of you that didn't tune in this past weekend, Errol Spence successfully defended not only his WBC, all right, and IBF world title, but he was able to defeat Urdinas Ugas and addition a world strap to his collection in the welterweight division. Kudos and salute. Errol Spence is the welterweight unified world champion, reigning, defending, undisputed welterweight world champion. Look, that is commendable. No matter what you think about my words, look, that is commendable. Real talk. That is absolutely commendable to be unified, have 3 belts, was able to defeat Kell Brook, Sean Porter, and now Yordenis Ugas. So he holds 3 world straps. And I salute him. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. But what y'all have to understand is I'm very genuine about what I say when it comes to the fighters I support heavy. You know what I'm saying? That goes to Michael Williams Jr., the Deontay Wilder, the Terrence Crawford, the Teofimo Lopez, Shakur Stevenson. The fighters that I rock with heavy, Joshua Greer Jr., I rock with them. They're not the only fighters I rock with. But I'm just saying, in this particular instance, I've been rocking with Terrence Crawford for quite some time. You know what I'm saying? I've been rocking with him for quite some time, man. And now it comes to a common denominator where it seems like the years that have been put in, the energy, you know what I'm saying, that circulating energy that formed that vortex, it's been circulating and circulating for quite some time. Now it seems like this fight is much closer. Now we don't know, nor do we have any confirmation of when that fight date may happen. We know it's going to be in the latter semester of 2022. If it does take place, I know there's different types of voices that's out here. Some still crying that they want Terrence Crawford to have a fight. I don't know what are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about. Why are y'all going around here like unemployed school counselors? This is what I think you should do, bud. I think you should take a fight. Just take a fight, please. What they really want to happen, they want Bud Hot Grease Crawford to step in there with Keith Thurman. Because they feel that Keith Thurman, somehow, some way, is back in their good graces just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just like an appetizer at your favorite restaurant. Boxing doesn't just have to be the restaurant, favorite appetizer or whatever. Keith Thurman, they're never going to be satisfied. So they're hoping that Bud Crawford fights Keith Thurman because they feel that he's going to be a tough opponent. Look, if he goes in there and cooks Keith Thurman, right? They're going to say, oh, well, I guess there's nobody else to kind of line him up with. So let's just wait for the Terrence Crawford Errol Spence fight. But they really want him to go in there with somebody else. They really hope that someone's out there that's able to upset the a la carte. You know what I'm saying? And that's just not going to happen. So let's get back to this weekend. A lot of people, drop me, messages and shit. Hold up for a second. Let me get out this tab. What's good? Max on deck. Salute to you. Mark Nash on deck. What's good? Mark said Keith Thurman is spinach dip. Damn. If that is not the appetizer, spinach dip, dog. But see, I don't want to sit up here and provide any type of analogy with Keith Thurman having any relation to spinach. Because the last, the relation I had growing up was Popeye. Popeye used to crack the can open, eat the spinach. He gained strength. He went up there wrecking shop. He had a faithful mistress, olive oil. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. But I guess spinach dip is a little bit different. Anyway, to this weekend, though, listen, y'all, I totally understand that y'all are extremely happy and overjoyed that Spence was able to go in there and do the exact same thing he's done before. He fought Kell Brook the same way. He fought Danny Garcia the same way. He fought Yordenis Ugas the same way. All right. Danny Garcia, I was fucked up. He's a stand there, flat-footed fighter. And he got his eye fucked up. Come on, bro. Very minimal head movement. Kell Brook. Very minimal head movement. Yordenis Ugas. Oh, my bad. He decided to stand there flat-footed and not even become elusive with a fighter that he know that was going to give him forward pressure. A southpaw fighter, you already know, you have enough film. You already know how he's going to fight. Why didn't you make the adjustments just like you fought Sean Porter? Sean Porter, you was making him miss no problem. We already know Sean Porter style. When he gave you that barrage of aggressiveness, that volume of aggressiveness, you was slipping underneath his punches. You was using your defensive tactics, and it looked sweet. You know what I'm saying? Because he was loading up trying to knock your ass out. But now all of a sudden you fight Errol Spence. And the first round, you came out, you did okay. And then everything went to shit from there. So, it's people out here saying the fight will fix. It's people out here saying that, your Dina's laid down. I can tell you, like I told you before, you look at the punch stats, you know what I'm saying? Let me go over here and put up the punch stats, man. And everybody who's tuned in, this is the Hot Grease Chronicles EP01. This is cooking season because we're gonna cook them sharks. We've cooked everybody else. Hey, we're gonna cook that shark. They say he's a shark, right? He the big fish. I ain't never seen a fish win in hot grease. We're gonna get that hot grease already. You know the temperature. All you gotta do is season that a little bit, throw it in the grease. Hey, the hot grease is undefeated, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is Bud Hot Grease Crawford, Road to Undisputed. We're gonna cook that shark meat. For real, we're gonna cook that. But check this out though. I put this up previously, right? And this is pretty much the punch stat numbers that came out. And if you look at the punch stat numbers, you can see how Yordenis Ugas did very minimal, y'all. He did very minimal to make this fight a grandstand type of performance. When I say grandstanding, Errol Spence came in as the WBC and IBF, and it was up to Yordenis Ugas to defend his WBA strap, life and limb, to get the big shot against Terrence Bud Crawford. He didn't do it. Though I commend Yordenis Ugas for pretty much highlighting what I already know. He was able to hurt Errol Spence several times in that fight. Why are people just looking at what Errol Spence was able to do, vice what he should have done? He should have dominated. If you're saying he's the guy and nobody can touch him, that didn't look like the performance. Like what was I watching? What were you watching? When times in the fight, I'm talking about all shredded up, all that. How is he getting hurt the way he did? Something isn't right, bro. We've been in boxing long enough. We've been sitting up here studying the sport, paying attention to it, speaking on it, you know what I'm saying, doing research. We've been in this game for long enough to the point where you grade a fighter performance not only from them as an individual, but you grade it off how their opponent performed also. I thought Yordenis Ugas performed below standard than what he went in the ring with against Sean Porter. That's what I think. But during his performance with Errol Spence, he was able to hit Errol Spence with some solid shots at certain points, and Errol Spence was hurt. Errol Spence was hurt. I know everybody is jumping for joy, clicking their heels, clapping, motherfucking goddamn cheesing, grinning, whatever the case may be, running in traffic, because they're looking at one fighter. They were just hoping and praying that Errol Spence wins so we can get Crawford and he can go in there in the post fight. And then what he said the post fight, you heard what he said. I don't have to repeat it. But he said what he said, which is fine with me. It's fine with me. But his performance wasn't up to a grading level where I was saying, you know what, Spence just went in there and just absolutely dominated Dina Zugas. He fucked his eye up, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So what? He did that to Kell Brook, Danny Garcia, and Yadina Ugas. Okay. He hasn't did it to Terrence Crawford though. And then how was he able to get that done against those opponents? The same fighting style, the same dimensional fighting style of coming forward, getting hit, you know what I'm saying? Getting touched up and trying to break and wear his opponent down so he can possibly get a stoppage. See, they didn't stop the Danny Garcia fight. I thought Danny Garcia looked just as bad as motherfucking Yadina's Ugas. But they didn't want, it's no way that Lawrence Cole was going to allow this fight to go the distance. It's no way, no way, no way, dog. When I found out that Lawrence Cole was going to be the referee for Errol Spence and Yadina Ugas, I knew right away it wasn't going the distance. I knew right away. He has a history. That guy is so embedded in boxing that he can go in here and execute controversial actions and nothing's going to happen to him. And just like you see some of the judges go up here and grade fights way out of line, outside the boundaries of consistency when it comes to the eye test and what you're supposed to be a professional at, way outside the boundaries. You know what I'm saying? But they're still able to come back and judge fights and continue what they was doing. When I found out Lawrence Cole was a referee, I already knew. You look at the promotion, you look at the fighter that they're trying to push to make these millions, and I knew right then if anything happened to Yadina Ugas, guess what? If his facial structure or any type of damage, you saw Lawrence Cole take him over there, boom, check that eye out. And then the second time, check that out. He has something to work with now. So he went there and checked the eye out. And the second time they stopped the fight. Now, am I sitting up here crying and I'm all discouraged if they would have let the fight go? No, because he wasn't doing shit. He had his moments in the fight, but then he was folding over. He had Spence folding over. You know, he landed his good shots, but what's the point of landing those solid shots when you're not going to follow up? You have to follow up and you have to keep applying it. You have to keep dumping the clip, straight clearing, you know what I'm saying, squeezing the trigger, clear sight alignment, keep on firing down range from your target with those punches until you start to see some type of weakness. And out of the two fighters, Errol was the one that was breaking Ugas down. And you can say what you want in the DMs, right? Because obviously you're listening to what I'm saying. Y'all got so much to say in the DMs, right? Obviously, a lot of y'all that's hitting me in the DMs are still putting on a facade like you absolutely understand or absolutely sure yourself that performance that he gave against Yadina Ugas is going to get him through Terrence Crawford. You don't believe that shit, bro. Y'all don't believe the performance that you seen against Ugas. You know Bud Crawford is a goddamn closer. You know he would have goddamn killed Errol Spence. He would have laid that man, stretched him out. Ugas just standing around looking like Luke Campbell after he let Ryan Garcia up. Hey, come on, fella. Get up. Take some deep breaths. Relax. You feel good? Okay, I'm gonna back up against the ropes. I'm just gonna let you come on in. Come on in, buddy. Yadina Ugas was throwing single punches. It's almost taking me back to when Klitschko was fighting Joshua. They pulled the man out of retirement, and Klitschko was in there to play a role. Yes, in boxing, you have role players. You have boxers who are in there, and they know damn well what the orders are, and they're moving around. Klitschko went in there and started hurting Joshua, and that wasn't the orders. He wasn't planning on being champion. He wasn't planning on reigning as champion. But when he got into his groove, he found out it was much easier than what the orders were. He said, "Dang, I can really knock this dude out." You know what I'm saying? It's easy. And then he digressed and let Joshua take over and do what he got to do. Yordenis Ugas, he wasn't capitalizing on when he hurt Errol Spence. I didn't ask myself why, like absolutely why, like I'm distraught as to why he's not following up. I just felt like if the man is there to defend his WBA title, he's not new to this. He should be true to this. He ain't new to this shit. If he choose to hurt Spence and stand there and goddamn bird watch his ass, he deserved to get his wings clipped. Period. He obviously hurt Spence. He went on a bird watching tour, and then Spence he let Spence return 4 or 5 punches. Yeah, your eyes gonna get fucked up. Let me get some of these people in the chat. Josh on deck was good. Charlo and Arrow's Gatorade bottles have something in it. Keith Thurman is mozzarella cheese sticks. Cheesy and unhealthy. Damn. I like that. I can get with that analogy. I can get with that. He made Spence miss 2, but then counter and make him pay. Not as much as he should, in my opinion, Mark. Not saying you're wrong, but not enough, in my opinion. 6 rounds, Spence was hurt. Ugas just stood there. That's what I'm talking about. Like, he had that man hurt real bad, and he just stood there and did nothing. Max said Killer Whale Crawford. See, one thing when I present these, these analogies, or these titles or whatever, these semiotics, there's no reason for me to put Crawford in the water with Spence. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, if Spence want to be the shark, just like yourself, we all know a killer whale will fuck a shark up. But a killer whale doesn't sound as cool as a shark. You know why? Because shark mostly attack individuals that are called human beings. That's how they get their name. Every now and then you'll see a shark fucking a goddamn other fish up. But most of the time a shark get his name because every time we want to go for a fucking swim, a shark want to nose around. Oh man, they're smaller than everybody else. Yeah, let's go over there and see what that's about. And then they go over here and bite somebody, fuck them up, bite off a leg and arm, and then they swim away. Unbeknownst to them, you got some killer whales en route. They smell the blood. They say, "Oh, damn, 2 meals in one. Oh, he done fuck one of them humans up on near the shore. We're gonna fuck him up and get some human meat too." That's how the killer whales think. They will hunt your ass down, unlike any other species in there. I know barracudas are mean too, but I'm talking about size and everything. Anyway, back to the topic. Mr. TKO on deck. What it do, Square? Ugas had some success to the body of Errol, but the speed and angles given to him was too much for him. It does look, the volume for which you're talking about. I understand where you're coming from. Too much, bro. Look, a lot can be too much to a fighter who's standing there flat-footed, dog. A lot can be considered too much when you're standing there flat-footed, dog. I didn't think Ugas was fighting for his freaking life. I didn't think Ugas was fighting to go to Undisputed. I didn't think his energy presented that, or he was able to persuade the audience that was in attendance that this was one of the best welterweight fights they ever seen. No, this was similar, mirrored performances that Errol Spence has been in before. We see him dominate Mikey Garcia. Mikey had, smarts, experience, better defense. We see him go life and limb with Sean Porter. Now, he didn't give Sean Porter nowhere close to what he did to Eudenis Ugas or Kell Brook because Sean Porter was a different style fighter. Sean Porter's just not standing there flat-footed and this, that, and the other like we seen this past weekend. Then Danny Garcia, we already know. We seen it with Keith Thurman with Danny Garcia. We ain't talking about no Adrian Granados and Brandon Rios. We talking about Keith Thurman. We seen him stand in weight before. Perfect fighting style for Errol Spence when he came to Danny Garcia. And now we see Eudenis Ugas. And I agree, man. I agree with you saying. The speed and angles given to him was too much. You know how many angles someone can present to you when you're standing flat-footed and not moving around like you should? A lot. And it can break you down too. I have to give Eudenis Ugas a bit more credit than I thought about him handling Errol Spence's body shots. And that just, in my opinion, that just goes to show like they think he's this tremendous body puncher. Yeah, with volume and to the eye test, you can sit up here and say, man, that is incredible. He's brutal. But if you change up the style of that opponent and you insert Bud Hot Grease Crawford, he's not going to just stand there and let Errol Spence return fire after he's hurt him. He's not going to stand there and let Errol Spence close distance and return fire after he had him hurt. Once Crawford hurt this guy, he's going to pounce on him. He's going to close down. He's going to go in for the kill. That's the difference between the fighters he fought. None of them is Bud Crawford. Zero. None of them. We're about to call Terrence Crawford a handyman. We might as well call him a handyman because he got all the tools. And Errol Spence is going to find that out sooner or later because everybody's ranting and raving about how they believe him, how good he looked. I just assess boxing different. I say, okay, so-and-so looked good. How did his opponent look? Okay, boom. They matched up together. It was a phenomenal fight, dog. It wasn't a wash from one lopsided affair. That's how I look at it. I just felt like it was lopsided because I didn't get the energy I was looking for from Ugas, and he wasn't putting out. But in that melee, that welterweight championship showcase, Eudenis Ugas hurt Errol Spence too many times, and I would like. People jumping on here acting like they just seen the fight for Undisputed. They're jumping on here like Errol Spence did something different. The only thing he did different was post-fight. He called out Terrence Crawford. Kudos, kudos, kudos. Kudos, kudos, kudos. You know what I'm saying? You called him out. Great. Now, we look for whatever happened on the horizon. When it comes to your performance, Errol Spence, real talk, you did great things in there. You're an elite fighter. But per your opponent, your dance partner that was in the ring with you, he highlighted some areas that you claim that you was in the best shape. This the meanest you've been. Man, Eudenis Ugas had some fuck you moments that he gave you, Errol Spence. And I know you beat him down. You broke him to the point where he was swole. He didn't quit. And the doctor stopped the fight. I don't see where the hashtag man down comes into play. The man was on his feet. The man was on his feet once again, dog. Like, you didn't go in there and shred this man limb for limb like sharks do. You know, sharks go in there and change lives. They take limbs. They break their prey in half. If we're caught in a certain area and we don't see it coming, it's a wrap. Yadinus Ugas saw you coming. And you know, it's just like, you know, you bruised them up a little bit. You punished them, you know, like TKO said, you know, you gave them the angles, you gave them the punch output, you overwhelmed them at times, and you did what you're supposed to do, Shouty. I give you much respect and a salute for that. But when compared to Bud Hot Grease Crawford, you getting cooked, Shouty. You take that same C-level performance and that lapse of judgment. I want you to wear that same mouthpiece. I want you to wear that same mouthpiece that you wore with Yadinus Ugas, because when he knocked that mouthpiece out, I want you to go looking for it while Terrence Crawford is on your ass, shawty, and see what happened. Go look for that kibble and bits. When that little brown mouthpiece go out there and you go looking for it and shit and think you're supposed to take your time outs, bro, you're going to find out you in there with a different fighter. And like I told, you know, somebody that was over here on my live chat, I want them to go over there and tell Terrence Crawford early on in the fight. I want them to tell him, hey, you know you're behind, right? What? Yeah, you behind. It's only the third round. Yeah, it might even be me. God damn it. I'm gonna say hot grease. You behind in the fight officially. I'm not gonna say unofficially. Officially, you're behind in the fight. Huh? How was that? You down 3 rounds. You know why I say that? Because I would want the beating to commence earlier than possible. I don't want them to wait to 7 or 8 round to tell him he down. I want them, you know, I want him to be aware that he's down early on in the fight, so the devastation can come quick in a hurry. The destruction, just so people can understand that he's capable of going in there stopping Errol Spence. He's more than capable of doing it, y'all. You know, I know, based off this past performance, him being hurt the way he do, you know damn well he ain't surviving that shit with a killer like Crawford. Y'all goddamn hopelessly wishing that he improve. Y'all hope, look, y'all hoping for so much. Y'all was in there on the edge of your seat. You was hoping for so much, like, dang, just give me. Y'all did not get anything you haven't gotten from Errol Spence before. Nothing different. That's real talk. Don't come up here whining and crying to me. Nothing different. We've seen him do the same shit with Kell Brook. Like what you want me to say? You want me to come over here and goddamn start throwing confetti and shit? And playing carnival music? Welcome, everybody, to the new improved Errol Spence Jr. What a night of action. No, it wasn't that. It was the same performances that we've seen. Him being the aggressor, getting hit and touched up, breaking down those opponents that fit him stylistically. Kell Brook, DSG. Now you're Dina Sugas. He won a split decision against Sean Porter because Sean Porter had a different fighting style from Mikey Garcia, Kell Brook, DSG, and Yadina Sugas. That's a factoid right there. But out of all of those opponents, none of them is hot grease. None of them, bro. None of these dudes are hot grease, bro. Errol Spence Jr., whenever this fight is made, I'm y'all enjoy the time that you got right now. Put out as many thumbnails, hype up the fight, promo the fight. Stop saying what I'm speaking is hate. It's not. It's not hate. Okay. I'm a beautify the word. You know what I'm saying? The wordsmith, itis, hate. I'm gonna make it seem like it's a little bit more important than the slang perception when people always want to say, "Oh, you hating on Spence." I'm not, bro. I'm not hating on this guy. It's just what I see. Ugas was never elite, but would have stopped him in 5. Man, talk to him, Max. J. Ocho on deck. What's good? It's all about what have you done for me lately. It's all about what you've done for me lately. Look, lately, we just seen Errol Spence go in there and break down Ugas and stop him. Referee stoppage, TKO, right? That's what he's done for his fans lately. They wasn't truly satisfied with what he did over a year ago, right? It's amazing. Look at this. Check this out. It's amazing that Errol Spence comes back in great shape. No drug testing. He comes back in great shape. He looks phenomenal. Look, he looks impeccable condition, dog, right? He's been out the ring over a year. He fought back in 2019? Been out the ring over a year. He comes back and get the job done. Now, when it comes to Bud Hot Grease Crawford, he just got out the ring last November, and they up here whining tomorrow. Oh, he gonna take a fight. He gonna wish he took a fight with that ring rust. This man ended up getting an eye injury and was out the ring over a year and had the performance that he did against Yadina Sugas. But yet, people are still queefing over the fact that they want Terrence Crawford to step in there with anybody. And he just fought in November of 2021. He just fought November, December, January, February, March, and it's now April. We're just on about 5 months if you count the days. A little over 5 months or whatever. They're never going to be satisfied with who he fight because the same results keep on presenting themselves. You know what those results are? Stoppages. And you know what I said this entire time? I'm waiting on lucky number 7. Why are you? I'm not disrespectful. I'm not sitting up here getting personal shit. If y'all weak-minded individuals are getting upset about what my opinion is, then so be it. But this shit ain't personal. Like, I'm talking boxing, right? I'm talking my opinion. You don't have to think it's fact because it's not. Opinions ain't based off fact. But this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? I'm just speaking my own opinion behind my mic. You don't have to believe nothing of what I say. But why y'all getting so butthurt, man? Why y'all getting so butthurt? Because y'all on the Spencerholics up here hydrating off the hype. I'm not saying nothing about y'all hydrating. Continue to hydrate off the hype, bro. You want to know another thing? Y'all are so emotional. Y'all are so emotional to the point where I saw minimal presence of media coverage on this fight in Texas. And you know what? I'm disappointed in y'all. If I had the authority, I'll put y'all on goddamn YouTube detention. I'm disappointed that I didn't see interviews. All I saw was a media scrum from his workout, shouty. I did not see interviews from Errol Spencer, y'all. Where is the one-on-one interviews? Where are the pictures? That man wouldn't even let y'all get the pictures. Come on over the damn Bud Hot Grease Crawford. Come on over, y'all. That man don't care about y'all. Where are the interviews? You Spencerholic channels? Y'all jumping off freaking buildings and shit with bed sheets in your hand. I'm cool. The sheet said Spence Jr. I'm good. I ain't worried about crashing to the floor. I'm safe. Where was the interviews? Where was the media coverage? Where was everything that I was challenging y'all to get? Because Bud always there, talking to his fans. Where is the pictures? The pictures just some basic. Where's a one-on-one picture? Where's just an interview, a short interview? You call him. Was he so protected that y'all can't even get close to him? Because I barely saw him come on here on any one of y'all channels. I have to call it for what I see, people. Y'all are supporting this man with every breath and fiber, but yet you don't have any connection except social media. Mr. Pass on deck. What it do? What it do? Salute WCS. Salute to you, bro. Max Triple G did that to Kell Brook. He did it to him. Kell Brook was damaged goods when Errol Spence fought him. But people try to say under a year, right? He was good to go. L Foul player on deck. What it do, bro? What's good with you? Errol just had his test performance while Bud may have put out his worst against Porter. Bud still crushes Errol. Bud ain't no Free Willy kind of orca neither. True shark killer from Omaha. Talk your shit. L Foul player, talk your shit, shawty. I like that. You know, he say Bud ain't no Free Willy kind of orca, dog. We know what orcas do to sharks. They shred them. They hunt them down. We seen what they do to seals. Seals drop up on a slab of ice. Oh, good. And what the orcas do? They come above, they put the fin above water, they rush, and they dip under real quick and cause that dang top wave to come over the slab of ice, and that seal goes into the water, and all you hear, that was good. Deion Washington, salute, stay on toe, said Deion Washington. Bruce Gass in the building, salute to you, OG. How you feeling, bro? Quinn, what's good? Quinn comes in here and says, LOL, Crawford getting stopped. See, if I was a hater, I wouldn't even read his comment. But Quinn, you have your right to say what you want. It's not disrespectful. If you believe Crawford's getting stopped and Errol Spence ain't stopped hardly anybody lately, you know what I'm saying? I can be petty like y'all. Oh, the doctor stopped it. And then they'll turn around and say, well, Sean Porter, daddy stopped the fight. He didn't. But look at the knockdowns, though. There's a separation there in the results. Lawrence Cole presented Ugas to the dang doctor again for a second time, and the doctor stopped it. I didn't see Ugas on the canvas. So when you're saying stopped, are you talking about a TKO? I can fathom that. Where is this going to happen, Quinn? Like, what are we talking about? In a virtual setting or real time? There's a reason why Shakur and Keyshawn Davis work and learn from Bud. Man, they know what it is, Max. They know he's a different type of professor, bro. Let me hold on for a second. Let me take this down. I need to put back up my hot grease thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? So people can understand what it's all about. This is cooking season. This is cooking season. Man, shout out to my guy, Trick Noti. Salute their Trick, the oracle behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Salute to use WCS in the chat. What they do, Trick? Did y'all notice how the referee Lawrence Cole kept going to the doctor so Errol could get the stoppage? Cole is from Texas. See, look, listen, certain things, right? Certain things I just let the listeners bring to the attention, because if I would have presented all that, they would have said it's conspiracy theory. But since Trick Nolte dropped off a diamond, you know what? I'm going to polish it up. What did I just tell y'all about Lawrence Cole? Did I not say he understands who he's working for? Did I not say that? Did I not say that no matter what the results are going to be with him, he's not going to be punished? Did I ever tell you the story? And I got receipts. When I took a picture with Lawrence Cole, I have nothing against Lawrence Cole. Nothing against that guy. I've had interactions with several referees. You know what I'm saying? And when I was speaking to Lawrence Cole in Texas, all right, took a picture with him. And it's, you know, I wasn't expecting anybody to come. He said, hey, let me talk to you for a second. He said, You know who that was, really, right? I said, yeah. He said, that's the worst referee in boxing. That's the worst referee in boxing. Remember that. I said, okay. And that always stuck with me, right? That always stuck with me. And it's not the first time I'm telling the story, but he didn't do anything to me. Just like Jack Reese. You know what I'm saying? I had the opportunity, me and Jack Reese crossed paths several times. And he felt some type of way when he gave me an interview in Nashville. And I told him I felt the count was long. Yeah. But people always on this YouTube shit talking about you should speak up. And man, what the fuck you talking about? I got to interview Jack Reese and just tell him what I thought about his count with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. It changed the scope, the outcome of a fight. What if Deontay Wilder would have knocked out Tyson Fury? Would he have had a rematch? What we would have seen, 2-0 in the rematch and the trilogy? We don't know. We don't know. But good shit there, Trick. Spence Hollis work for free, and they're driven by Bud hate. Man, hydrate once again. Somebody pour that man a shot. Somebody get this man a shot because he is on fire. He needs to cool the fuck down, for real. He said they're driven by Bud hate. You know how I know that's absolutely true? It's when they speak of Bud supporters, right? They always attach vulgarity, aspersions. You know what I'm saying? They always attach these obscenities to individuals who support Bud Hot Grease Crawford. They call us all sorts of names. Bud sexuals, Bud dick riders. And then it becomes very, homophobic type shit. And, they just start talking that bullshit over. And I say, damn, these are grown ass men. And all they do is talk about dick all the time. And I only hear this when it comes to criticizing Bud Crawford supporters. So they get very, very upset. And I know that's probably the reason why I'm not I'm not allowed on certain panels anymore, especially if it's pro Spence panels. I don't have access like I used to. You know what I'm saying? I'm being ostracized. I'm in a partial banishment right now. You know what I'm saying? In 2022, I'm on probation. But shout out to L Foul Player coming here, goddamn, with the flamethrower. And Trick Nolte too, man. Max said Cole is privileged. His father was part of the commission. See, once again, somebody up here dropping diamonds off. See, I didn't want to go all in detail about it, but I say he was embedded, right? There's a reason why I don't put forth all the details, because I got some intelligent people in the live chat that's gonna drop the diamonds. His father paved the way. Ain't nothing happening, Lawrence Cole. Nothing. Just like Mauricio Suleiman. Y'all can get mad all you want, and Mauricio gonna continue to do what the fuck he want to do. That's fact. That's fact, people. J. Ocho, Lawrence Cole knew the orders and got the job done. See? Man, y'all on fire today, bro. Y'all burning shit down. He received the orders. He knew the orders. He got the orders. He got the orders, bro. That fight wasn't going to the 12th round. He was looking for any which way possible for him to intervene in that fight, to have influence on the results. Any situation, he was just looking for the moment. He was looking to seize the moment, y'all. And once that eye starts swelling up, hey, go over here. Did y'all see the fight? Hey, I got some intelligent boxing fanatics in the live chat. What was the fight he just stopped that was controversial? Come on, man. I know I got some. I got some brains. I got some boxing brains in here. Name the two fighters that he just stopped when the Japanese fighter was fighting his ass off. And they was waiting for the main event. They was behind time a little bit, and they had to get this main event going. So what happened? the man himself, Lawrence Cole, out of nowhere, stops the fight. Out of nowhere. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. What was the two fighters' name? Comeback. Which case could have been a knockdown was more evident. Bud versus Mean Machine or Ugas sending an arrow to the ropes. For one, if anybody, and I'm not going to go into ABA shit because I like people to believe that they say I'm delusional, I don't know shit about whatever. But when you go to the ABA shit, right? When a fighter goes on the ropes and the ropes is just holding them up, it's supposed to get a count. But once again, you know what I'm saying? When a fighter does not have balance and they are knocked into the ropes or they stumble into the ropes and the ropes are holding them up, they supposed to get a count. But being in those Errol Spence in his backyard, it's no way he was going to get that count because that would have changed the scope just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You would have had people in the audience. You know, they threw ice. You know, they threw ice at Kevin Cunningham recently because he stopped the fight in a fighter that I legitimately believe the fight could have been stopped earlier. He was getting bludgeoned. So what you think would happen in Texas? If they would have called that a knockdown, even though Errol stumbled into the ropes, man, come on. If the ropes wasn't there, he would have been on the canvas, bro. It would have been Castano all over again. The fans would have went wild. You ain't on these panels, those panels any longer because you're impartial to Bud, making you a beta male. You also don't know business. Damn, dog. Oh, man. Well, one thing people know, I'm not a beta. Okay. There's a lot of beta individuals that's behind the mic. And believe me, beta has many variables to it when it comes to this boxing game. You know, especially when you're on a panel and you dare to speak to somebody in particular, but yet they just drop links to whoever and however. I thought, you know, when they say, you notice how I shut down the YTBC shit. They was trying to talk about the YouTube boxing community, and I say the shit don't exist. There's no such thing as no YouTube boxing community because this is all about building up an audience. And for those individuals that push those bias ass narratives to get people to just follow you, it's almost like remnants of a cult. But social media, people just want to be involved, you know, in some of these channels. So depending on what the energy is like, you know, some people like to hear people yell, kick, and scream. Other people like to go to channels where they all have panels all the time, and it's always people with different variables of opinions. You know what I'm saying? Different ingredients to the topic. Some more knowledgeable than others, but it all depends on their acquired taste. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Real talk, it's all good. Errol Spence gloves was loaded. Stop it. Stop it. Man, please stop it. All they do is lie all day long, video after video. I found out there are individuals who are in bed with promotions. I've known this for quite some time, and they're in bed with promotions. And they're willing to push one-sided and in $6 words, you know, ignis fatuus, you know, type of narratives that are misleading. And they continue to push that, and they don't care who's mad about it. Because for one, if you have a panel of individuals that you'll see on YouTube, you have individuals that's just basically siding with the topic of discussion and the host. I really don't want people to come over here and side with me about everything. You don't have to. I'd rather have like-minded, intelligent individuals that basically think for themselves, especially when it comes to the boxing game. You know, this boxing game is very, very complex, bro. Like mood changes galore. Like it's mood changes all the time on this YouTube shit. My only name, my only like moniker for Spence is a Spencerholic. I call his fans Spencerholics. That's it. But like I said before, they give us all these emasculating names, which I'm saying, damn, is your family close to you? Is your girl? Like, there's no way I'm dating a chick who I'm over here saying, oh, I'm telling some other man to suck my, and she's close to me and she don't correct me. Like what? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Hey, I'm out. Where's your family at? I just never did that in life. Honest to God, as long as I've been living, I never told nobody to do that. Another male, never, never. But it's running rampant around here, and then they even get to the point like they bring other tools and toys and objects into the equation, all because you support Bud Crawford, dog. I just can't wait for this fight to happen. I'm not eager, like I'm not up here anxious to when it happens. It is going to be very, very good promo. It's going to be much different than Errol Spence Shadina Ugas, obviously because both speak English and both have a history, and their backstory is incredible. But we all know Bud Hot Grease Crawford. He has a more highlighted career when it comes to the credentials than Errol Spence Jr. Just because you add great to something doesn't solidify it as that value. It doesn't solidify it as being great. We can sit up here and exacerbate something just from speaking on it. It doesn't validate it. He is not great. He has to build himself up. He didn't become great by Udenis Ugas. I know it's a lot of boxers out there support him. They should. But he didn't become great just off defeating Udenis Ugas. Stop it. This is this man's single division on which he's won 3 world titles. While Bud is a 3-way champion, former Undisputed. You can't take that away from him. No matter how you try to downplay it, spin it, you can't take it away. The man is a 3-way champion. And let me change lanes on this shit. Jason Williams on deck, man. What they do? These content creators are sheep herders, and they only want blind sheep. Hey, Jason, to be honest with you, bro, these sheep has eyes. That's why they flock around each other. Because you got to understand, sheep flock around like-minded, people and sounds. They have eyes. They're looking very much like other people that look like them and talk like them. So that's why they flock together. And there's no way they can understand that a wolf is in the building unless I ask to click the link. No. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. That's a Bud supporter right there. We ain't doing that. We just want everybody on the panel to be pro Errol Spence. That's all we want to talk about. I want us to get back to the origin of it. When we look at fighters and how we assess their performances, you have to not only assess the fighter that you favor, but you have to assess the performance of his opposition also. Then you blend that together to give a grade on the performance on the fighter who won. Errol Spence won, but I didn't think the performance grade of Udenis Ugas was nothing to brag about. That's with him hurting Errol Spence. We all know Errol Spence can be hurt. Come on now. And all y'all hooting and hollering, I'm coming for the motherfucking belts. It sounds good, but it would never happen, bro. Not at 47. Nobody believe in that. I say the same shit on this YouTube, and I say the same shit on IG. Nobody's believing that, bro. It proven this past weekend. If that would have been Terrence Crawford, you would have been outstretched, sunbathing under the motherfucking lights, bro. A lot of those jokers don't even watch boxing. They just want to be a part of something. Max, I agree, man. I agree. They just want to be in the warmth of company. You know what I'm saying? You ever see how a flock of sheep just stick together? They real close to each other. Yeah, they just want to be in the company of like-minded individuals. You know what I'm saying? They love that body heat. That's all. That's all, bro. L-File players say some of these channels are a replacement for the Pentecostal church. COVID helped them significantly. Then the ability to attend a church in person was limited due to lockdowns. Hey, man, I don't put religion in it. You know what I'm saying? They got to have faith in something. You know what I'm saying? Right now, their faith and their mortal God is Errol Spence Jr. Errol could do no wrong. You know what I'm saying? Other people on higher platforms can ask. Brian Custer can ask questions about the accident. You know, Keith Eidick. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Iole. All of them can ask questions after questions about his accident. He can get on the stage and joke about not having been man down in a while. He can laugh it off. That's Errol Spence. But yet, if I say something to that, I'm hating. But yet, I don't see any freaking screenshots of them sending emails or posts to these individuals saying, you know what, I felt some type of way, you know what I'm saying, about what you said. I disagreed with it. Nothing. But since they have access to regular YouTube shit that goes on, they'll talk behind your back. They'll create false ass narratives and lies. And hopefully people don't come back to your channel and support you. Seriously, that shit is going on as we speak. You have individuals who have your numbers that won't even talk to you one-on-one behind the scenes. If that ain't some whole type-ish, it still exists to this day in 2022. If Stanthionis is ordered as a mandatory, I highly doubt Errol drops the belt and fights Bud next. No, man, Stanthionis has already played his cards. You know what I'm saying? He's already taken that. Stanthionis is not a name that anyone wants to see stepping in the ring with Errol Spence. Stanthionis, once again, is not a name after his performance, even though he did well. But no one is trying to see him step in the ring with Errol Spence right now. If Errol Spence takes another fight before Terrence Crawford, I'll be surprised. All I keep hearing is they want Terrence Crawford to fight somebody. How long he been out the ring? They really look. You ever seen a bunch of individuals try to run numbers on a fighter so much? Bud Crawford. They want to talk about what he didn't make or what he did make with Top Rank. Then they want to talk about, well, we need to see him back in the ring. We got Keith Thurman out there. They just want him to fight anybody. He fought Sean Porter and Kell Brook. He gave you what you wanted, but the results wasn't what you wanted, right? Now they want to go pick and choose somebody else. You know, Jaron Ennis is not going to beat the person to step in there. So they want to go for Keith Thurman. They want to give him hope. He only has one loss. Look okay against freaking Mario Barrios, a junior welterweight champion, a former junior welterweight champion. And hey, what do you think Crawford will do to Thurman? He'll do him dirty. Undisputed trumps mandatory, absolutely. But see, you know, people don't take that in consideration. They get confused because they look at T.O., right? And they don't understand that, yeah, even though T.O. had the belts, T.O. had what? The franchise championship. So T.O. can pick and choose because he wasn't obligated to fight Devin Haney. There was no obligation set because he had the damn franchise belt. So therefore, out of spite or whatever the case may be, he said, I'm going to fight George Kambosos. And that's what he did. He didn't have any obligation. Hold on for a split second. Yeah, we back. Yeah, but I look at it like this. We're still a ways off from this coming anywhere close to reality. The good thing about it is that now we have 3-1. Everybody wanted Errol Spence to be the one. He couldn't get it with Pacquiao, and then he ended up beating the guy who beat Pacquiao. So great. He come back around and he beat Ugas Ugas who beat Pacquiao. Great. He has 3 belts. I am so happy for Errol Spence because when it comes down to certain efforts, people always ask these individuals like, "How were you successful?" And they say, "Oh, I got it out the mud. I got this, this, and this, and this." And then when the more they get successful, right? Sometimes things are given to them. They go places and things are given to them for free, or they don't have to work as hard to get the value of certain items that many people can never fathom in their life. But they say rich people get a whole lot of shit all the time, right? But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, we appreciate Errol Spence working out and being the mobile transport for these titles. We appreciate that. We really do. And we're going to leave you 3 stars, you know what I'm saying, for your effort. We appreciate picking up the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF title. We truly appreciate that. But you fucked up, right? You know damn well you fucked up. That's all I'm saying there, Errol. That's all I'm saying, bro. When it comes down to it, they say you did all the heavy lifting. The good thing about it, you don't have to hold on to them much longer. You understand? You don't have to hold on much longer, bro. You don't have to do it because delivery is on the horizon, God damn it. The tracking number will be here soon, and you're going to dump those belts off where they belong. It's not that you're going to basically have a choice to drop them off. It's the fact that the belts are going to be extracted from you, and then you can go on about your business and do what you're supposed to do to finish out your career. That's the way it's going down. His fans know it. His supporters on YouTube know it. They're still not satisfied coming off his performance. They can get on here and fake the funk all they want. They're not satisfied with him being hurt the way he was. They know Terrence Crawford is a different type of animal when it comes to hurting his opponent. They know what type of closer this dude is. They know his tenaciousness, his killer instinct. Why are you playing, dog? Uga sat there and hurt that man. He still didn't close in for the kill. He had every opportunity to do it several times, and he didn't do it. What is up with Errol Spence looking for a mouthpiece? Like I said before, can we find another fight that he had a lapse in judgment? Can we find another fight? No, I ain't talking about Danny Garcia fight. I'm talking about before that, because the Danny Garcia fight was after the accident. Let's go further back. Did he look for a mouthpiece in Kell Brook? I'm not going to talk about the man's veneers. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying, if your mouthpiece came out, and and in the post fight you said, that mouthpiece jacked up, it ain't. How can your mouthpiece not fit with all the money you supposedly got? You have farm animals, you have all these acres, but you can't get a measly mouthpiece molded to your veneers. There's something going on there, bro. D-Ray in the building. I see you, bro. Cooking with Sir Senior on deck. What's good? Max say they'll put the franchise tag on Errol. Man, they can put whatever tag they on him. Right now, the only tag he's about to get is the toe tag. You know what I'm saying? They can put whatever tag. He's about to get the toe tag when he step in there with hot grease. We about to fry some fish. It ain't nothing like a fish fry, goddammit. He called himself the big fish. I ain't never seen a fish survive hot grease. I ain't never seen it. So you can be that fish. Like I said, I'm going to eliminate the middleman because we all know fishermen fuck fish up all the time. Bud Crawford don't fit the fisherman type dude. And, to me, I can't give him that moniker. But hot grease, yeah. It's cooking season for real. Episode 01 today. We're gonna do the goddamn Hot Grease Chronicles all the way to Undisputed, y'all. We're gonna do the Hot Grease Chronicles. And the haters are welcome, man. The Bud Crawford haters, the naysayers, you know what I'm saying? The angry men. Y'all are welcome to click the link. It's all good. Darius, what's good? Hey, Darius, the one thing I can say about you coming here saying man down, I appreciate that because Spence is going down, bro. So I totally appreciate that. I appreciate your consistency already dropping through here and saying man down because we just seen you, Dennis Ugas, and he stood up the whole fight. Errol Spence was the one stumbling over to the ropes. Did you see when he hit Errol Spence and he stumbled back? That wasn't even the one I'm talking about with his mouthpiece. I'm talking about the previous. I'm talking about the other time he hit him and he stumbled back. Something's going down. Something's going on with the command center. You know what I'm saying? There's a power surge. There's a malfunction going on with the synapses headquarters. The commands are not basically turning over like they should. You know what I'm saying? The command center is having glitches because you'll see how Errol Spencer get hurt, and then his mentality is, oh, I got to get that back. So he come back and dump 4 or 5 punches. The only thing about him doing that with Crawford is that he's not going to have to go anywhere because Crawford get him hurt. You're going to see the same shit he did to Kell Brook. The same dog walking mentality he did to Kavalauskas. Sometimes the offensive strategy goes out the window, and then you go the straight rundown tactics, close quarters infighting. Terrence Crawford is stronger than Errol Spence. He's more athletic than Errol Spence, and he has more tools in his boxing cachet than Errol Spence Jr. Any sound-minded individual that get on here and clap it up for Errol Spence, understand what I just said. You damn sure understood, and you totally get what I just said. You know it, but you just don't want to admit it. Now we talking about, I hear people talking about, hey, Terrence Crawford, they trying to get back into the numbers. Don't bring the numbers into it. Leave that shit alone. Don't bring no percentages in there. Leave the numbers alone. They talking about, oh, he has 3 belts. And we already know that bullshit. We knew he was destined to get 3 belts. But like I said before, we commend you. And we're going to write you a certificate. After Terrence Crawford pick up all those straps, we're going to write you a certificate accommodations for being able to pick up these 3 titles and delivering them to his location. That location being Omaha, Nebraska. Don't forget, I told you that. Free shipping. We're going to give you free shipping there, Errol Spence. Bring those belts on over here and drop it off at Omaha. That's all you got to do. Free shipping, no signature required. Darius Graham, salute to you, my brother. Cooking Sarcini said, facts. Let's go Hot Grease Chronicles. This is Hot Grease Chronicles, bro. Episode 01. Darius say arrow too durable. That's just like saying you get holes, when we used to ride bikes. I grew up riding bikes. It's just like you getting holes in your bike tire, right? And you getting it patched up. But yet, the meat on your tire keeps wearing down and wearing down and wearing down. You're talking about the man durable of what you've seen, and this is a fighter that they're calling elite, right? You're speaking on him being durable. We already know he's durable. We've seen him in firefights like Kell Brook. We've seen him in Kell Brook's backyard. I gave him his salute. I say that's grown man shit right there. You went over his backyard and you got the job done with a stoppage. That's real shit right there. We seen him in firefights with Sean Porter. We seen him. What did I say? I said Errol Spence showed that he was just a smidgen above with his boxing IQ than Sean Porter because he was able to see that small window of opportunity to land that left hook. That was before he had the accident. Danny Garcia was easy pickings. Why? Because Danny Garcia, just like we seen him with Sean Porter, he sit around and wait too much. He has power. But come on, man. When you landed that shot on Sean Porter, you didn't do nothing to follow up with it. So the fight went the way it did. He picked up the vacant WBC title. And then you go in there and get blasted on by Errol Spence. A sit and wait counter puncher. Perfect style for someone like Errol Spence. But guess what? Hot grease Crawford, we waiting for this fish fry right here. I'm telling you all, Errol Spence is going to get stopped. All you got to do is look at this fight with Yordenis Ugas. All you have to do is understand he's a different type of closer. He's getting stopped, people. It don't matter how durable he is, he's getting stopped. Facts just like Amazon Prime, free shipping on them belts. Free shipping, dog. Hey, Sir Senior, you don't even have to wrap them. Spence, you don't have to wrap those motherfucking titles. You don't have to package them up. We'll do that. Don't worry about it. We don't want them packaged up because we don't want any damage done to them. And plus, when they all together with the WBO title, you have to do photo ops and everything else. Bro, we trying to work with you. Bring the belts as is, and that's what it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? What's good, foul player?
Peace, Combat. How you been, man?
I'm chilling, man. How you been, bro?
Chilling. Thank you for.
It's been a minute.
Oh yeah, thanks for letting me on, though. And before I even commence that, thank you for the wonderful sea animal analogies as well.
Yeah, it's all good, man. You know how it is with imagination.
Yeah, man.
What you got to say on this topic, bro?
Nah, man. I usually make videos shitting on Errol Spence, not for like a lot of the stuff he does in the ring, but more so in the case of like the avoidance of Bud in years past. All that's null and void to me in a sense, just by the one call out. I'm glad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad that like a lot of channels off the rip didn't get into the percentage conversations, like the ones that I normally would expect.
Yeah.
Come Monday, like come up with the percentage talk by Monday. Weren't really on it like that. I mean, then again, I don't really check for like a lot of these dudes like that anymore. But I'm hoping we get this fight. And I mean, like, I only mentioned the Stanionis thing too, because you never know. Like, I mean, it's not that I never know. Like, I don't know the boxing business as well as you do, or some of the other people in the chat. But I just don't want to get cock blocked, because a lot of these channels that I say like were down with the percentage talk for the better part of 3 years, that were down with not being allergic to giving Bud Crawford a compliment. If there's a dumb roadblock placed in the way by PBC or whoever in the name of in the face of Stanionis, then they'll say, "Oh well, Bud Errol Spencer said he was gonna get all those belts, so he ain't gonna lose one now." And that's like the new excuse that he has to keep those belts, and some other new hurdle is in the way. But I'm like, and as much as I have shitted on Errol Spence in his avoidance of this fight, I don't like shit on him as far as performance, even though I think that Bud is a better fighter. But this was, like I said, I thought it was his best performance. I thought Danny Garcia and this performance were back-to-back two of the better performances. One in the sense that how he moved in the ring against Danny Garcia, but in this fight, how he was able to slug it out. I mean, Ugas ain't that dude like where it's like he's known for biting in his mouth guard and just digging it out with you. But he did that.
So let me pause that right there. So what you just said, Ugas saying that dude, right? So you saying this is the best performance you've seen Errol Spence. I mean, how does the comparisons blend in to complement one another? That's all I'm saying. Like, if Ugas isn't the dude, then why would Errol Spence get credit for showing out?
No, well, you know what it is, Scott? Like, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. But the thing is that to me, neither Bud nor Errol Spence has like a resume where one could shit on the other. Like, but a lot of times, like with a lot of fans that have an affinity for Errol Spence, they make it seem like Errol Spence has accomplished some world class shit. I mean, I give it up to the dude, but it's not like nothing I haven't seen in the past decade. There's a ton of dudes that have accomplished similar feats. Hold on, I'm on the phone.
You're right. You're right.
I will. Yeah, my bad. But but when it comes to the like how badly faction things are right now with Errol Spence, defenders, like it like they where they can't give credit, it's almost like they make like they kind of like hide that the fact that like neither one of them really have accomplished much by like trying to highlight just what Errol's done. But and it's true, like Ugas isn't that like dog where he's gonna like be able to outdog you in a fight. Like he's more of a pop shot, move around the ring guy. But Errol did make him stationary by the body attack. So I give it up in that sense. Yeah. And Danny Garcia is not the nimble footed either. Like Danny Garcia probably got the worst feet in the welterweight division. But coming off the accident, self-inflicted wound, but nevertheless, like he came off the accident and he moved really well against Danny Garcia. But all these other performances that Errol Spence has had, none of them have been like bomb like that to me. Like even the Kell Brook, it's like, I mean, he got the win and it's dope, but it's not like like coming out of the round like and saying you're down against Sean.
So let me ask you this right quick. Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
out of
Sure.
Kell Brook, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, and Ugas, who had the weakest showing
against Errol Spence?
Correct.
Honestly, I would have to say Danny Garcia in that paradigm, like because Danny Garcia really hasn't shown anything at 147. So I would probably out of those put Danny Garcia in that.
So out of that fight with Danny Garcia, Errol Spence, did Danny Garcia show you something that that stands out about him? Did he fight the exact same way that we used to see him fight? Right.
He fought a little bit worse than what we normally see him fight.
But he's a flat-footed counter puncher.
Yes, and I'm a big Danny Garcia fan. Shout out to all my Puerto Ricans. Danny Garcia looks like my son. I always say that. But I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat things, or I'm not gonna try to paint it out like you beating Danny Garcia at 147 is a major feat. And also, like he beat Danny Garcia for no belt. He ain't had to take that fight.
I felt Ugas had the worst performance, to be honest, out of the four. You know what I'm saying? Out of the lineup that I just told you, I just felt Ugas had the worst performance against Errol Spence. We can't factor in Kell Brook and Sean Porter. That's out of the equation. And I understand where you're coming from with Danny Garcia, but you're comparing him to performance he had previously. I'm trying to say, who had the worst performance in competing against Errol Spence. I just felt Ugas was that dude.
Yeah, I mean, you might.
You don't have to agree. I'm just saying. I just felt he was that dude. That's all. I guess he dropped out. What's going on, Sir Singh?
What's good with you, bro?
I'm chilling, man. Hot Grease Chronicles. I had to come up with the fish fry. You know what I'm saying? This is fish fry season. He said strap season. This cooking season.
Well, as Bud say, I been fishing. You feel me? And now he about to get 3 belts for it. Salute to Bud.
I find that's a good catch, ain't it? That's a good catch.
Definitely. The 3 for 1 all day.
Yeah, the 3 for 1 deal. Come on, man. Who can pass that up, the 3 for 1? Who can pass that up? Tariq, what's good? I see you. Don Dada in the building. He said WCS vibing in. What's good? I appreciate you pulling up. BIG in the building. Flat-footed fighters. Yes, they were flat-footed besides Kell Brook, though. You know what I'm saying? Kell Brook wasn't that much of a mover. Tariq said Bud versus Fish. Best fight for 2022. time to build. Wilder Tyson is gone. Yeah, man. We definitely see this as one of the bigger fights on the horizon. And I'm saying I never seen a fish there, Ali's, survive hot grease. Never. I never, bro. This is hot grease. This cooking season. Never seen a fish survive.
Bud done told him that he is a smoke. So, and he done showed that. Every time, Bud called him out. Now he called Bud out one time. Oh my goodness. Everybody having orgasms and having convulsions and stuff.
They having orgasms, ain't they? God dang. Look, it's almost like it was one big orgy when freaking Errol Spence gave the post fight to my I want to fight Terrence Crawford. I'm coming for the motherfucking belts. It just seemed like everybody just started hugging one another. Yes. It was.
It seemed like a rave. Like they done popped the molly. They sweating.
I told y'all. He was gonna go.
And I'm glad Bud didn't show up. I'm glad he didn't show up to Texas. One breath they want him to show up. The other breath they acting like they issuing threats. Talking about he got to stand on his disrespect, bro. This is boxing talk. The fuck you talking about?
And I'm glad you brought that up too, because I did hear some channels bitching about that. But the last time Bud showed up to Dallas to watch I think it was Ugas Pacquiao, a bunch of Errol's wifeys or some shit in the form of dudes. This ain't your city. You can't, like, get out of here, bro. That's corny.
Yeah.
And like, oh, Bud didn't say nothing. Like, yo, like, you gonna pop off in some other city in a stadium, like surrounded by like pretty much a mob of dudes that are getting moist over some dude, or some other random dude. Like, come on, like I would have not attended that shit either. And like ringside seats for that fight were like $400. $400. That's not like $400
for ringside?
Not ringside, in that lower tier. In the lower tier. I'm sorry.
I'm about to say it couldn't be for ringside.
But it's not too, it wasn't far off ringside though. It was like, say, like 12 rows up from ringside. But within that lower tier. But $400, that's a dude that won the pick 3 and the lotto. You know what I'm saying? Like that, those aren't like these proper dudes. And you may have some of these channels like within that little lower ring, and they'll try to, they won't mob up, one-on-one type stuff, but they'll probably try to get some other people like in the fray.
The way I look at it, if Bernard Hopkins can tear up the Puerto Rican flag, right, and make it up out of there alive, come on, man. What are these guys talking about?
Yeah, but Hopkins,
it's been more disrespect.
This is a different era though, too, man. Hopkins probably has some of the Goonies with him, and I was heartbroken when that happened. I was even more heartbroken.
It's more the fact that they know that when Bud gets in the ring and EJ get in the ring, there's nowhere for him to go except for afterwards to the hospital. And they're like, well, we can beat him up as a unit because there ain't no way in the world EJ gonna beat him in the ring. And now he coming after the other Texas dude, and that Charlo's scared of him. He barely say his name. He tremble and he swallow a little bit every time he say Bud's name. He'll pause a little bit. He's like, well, Bud.
It's embarrassing.
So he's scared. He's scared of Bud. No, see, Bud, he need to stay where he at. He need to leave me alone. I'm busy.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Let me know why he keep picking on me. I'm just a cowardly lion.
For real, man. Like, come on, bro. I didn't even want to talk about the Charlos because they some whining ass brothers, man. God damn. Like, dude, you had every opportunity in Mike Tyson's podcast to talk your shit again about David Benavidez. You didn't make it happen. He called him the monster, and you had to check your tone when you was turning to talk to Mike. But yeah, you're gonna wait till you around all these people in your backyard to disrespect the man and his family. Man, I'm tired of the Charlos, bro. If they ain't whining about somebody that's in a division higher than him, that he's saying he's a weight bully, he should be a heavyweight. The smaller brother Mel is whining about, Terrence Crawford moving up and calling them the little boys. That shows fear. That shows weakness, bro. Like you either that lying or you not.
But he ain't say nothing about Danny Garcia can move up. Mikey can move up, but not Bud. What's the difference between these people? Bud's
But has
undefeated.
Mikey had a fight at 154 though? Not Mikey. Freaking DSG hasn't moved up and fought somebody at 154 yet.
And that's what I'm saying is he wants somebody he know he can beat. He know he can't
if
beat Bud.
DSG called him out, he'll fight him. If DSG called out Mel Charlo, he'll fight him.
He'll set that fight up immediately.
Expeditiously.
He'll pay for his flight, his room stay.
Yeah. Hey, and he'll give him
showgirls
that
at the
Mikey
room waiting on
Garcia.
him.
He'll give them the Mikey Garcia treatment. Mikey got paid well for fighting Spence. Well.
It's funny, man. It's funny. But the funny thing is, he's scared of Spence. How you scared of your stablemate? He said, "I'm gonna need 50."
I just feel deep down inside, like
He said, "I need 50 million to fight Spence." Goodness,
yeah.
50 million.
I put the scenario out there. Look, I don't care about the money, the numbers. They have to work that out themselves. I put the scenario out there. If these brothers really wanted to make money, all they had to do was Errol Spence move up and fight Charlo, man. Charlo loses the belts. And then, he already got a loss anyway. Spence become unified in the second division, undisputed. That's if he wins. That's if Mel wins now. And then Mel fights him in a rematch and gets the titles back. Now he two-time undisputed. And they make millions doing it. But, Mel's mindset isn't like that. They couldn't pull that off. You know what I'm saying? He gets on there and put in an article that if he becomes undisputed, he'll vacate the belts and Errol Spence can basically go get him if he want to fight for him. He's not going to hand
him. I'm gonna move up, and me and my brother share the belts together. Wait, what? What?
Yeah, man.
You gonna share the belts with your brother? What kind of foolishness is that?
I don't get it with them, man. I don't get it. Hey, L-File player, what were you saying about the Puerto Rican flag, dog?
No, it was nothing serious. It was that I was heartbroken when it went down like that. Like, that's
Absolutely,
when I became
heartbroken. It was disrespectful.
Yeah, but B-Hop followed that up with putting the beats on Trinidad. That's kind of like when I became a B-Hop fan.
Yeah, he was a different dude, man. Over here in the U.S., you don't have people just walking around with the flag. Everybody want to claim something else. They claim the flags in the street, whatever the case. But man, I just look at this this dynamic that's going on over in Texas. It's a lot of good that they have on the horizon, and it's a lot of bad. People are freaking hyping up Derrick James now. You don't know what's going to happen with Castano and Mel Charlo, and you can't sit up here and predict in your heart of hearts that Errol Spence is going to go in there and defeat Bud Crawford. You can't predict that. You can say what you want. You just up here hyping this shit up. Man, everybody know Bud Crawford better boxer than Errol Spence. Come on, man. They just hoping Errol go in there and land a shot, man. He don't have power like people think. In my opinion. I'm not trying to persuade y'all, but in my opinion.
And I think people sleep on Bud's power too and Bud's placement.
Yeah, they do sleep on it. They sleep on how he makes adjustments too. If something's not working out for Bud, he makes the adjustment right there. Just like he did with Kell Brook. By the end of the third round, he said, "You know what? I'm gonna stop fucking around in this stance right here. I'm gonna switch stance." Came out in the fourth and he closed it out. It's just that simple. Not everybody have that killer instinct to close down a fight with that tenaciousness. He's not gonna allow you to get your mouthpiece knocked out and say, "Oh, go ahead and pick that shit up." No, he would have been on his ass.
Hey, Combat, I wanted to ask you a question. And I'm only asking because I don't know. Like, I'm not asking like to be a devil's advocate or anything like that. But like, when you make the case, like as far as like, people being like a willing participant, like basically like to throw a fight in a sense. Like, what do you think? Like if you think that rewards just monetary, like how they hit these dudes off for doing something like that?
You said, is it monetary? Is it a monetary reward?
Yeah, like you think it's solely a monetary award? Because I could say that with the Klitschko thing, if that's what happened with the AJ fight, I could see them like over like somebody who's about to close to retirement, like to straight up take um a bag, if you will. But what about these other dudes that like are somewhat still like in contention, like an Ugas, let's say, who's reportedly 35 or 34, which I think that's BS.
Man,
But
y'all got that Cuban itis, man. Y'all never want to give the Cubans their true birthday, dog.
nah, no, that I think that with the baseball players too, though, man.
Oh
The
yeah.
but you think like for like if that was the case like in with the Ugis, like you think it's just like monitor like how they hit these dudes off like monetarily, or you think it's like
What are you saying about Ugas? I never said that I think he threw the fight.
no like but
But
in
do you
in,
think he
in
threw the fight?
no I don't honestly like I'm not gonna front because I've heard other people mention like instances where I think this guy like was just in there like as a not to like win type deal. But you think
Mhm.
that like and people say, oh well, this is a good example of that. That's a good example of that. I honestly like maybe I'm not like vigilantly like looking like that, but I really like or like I don't have good radar for that in a sense. Like because I can't really point out to a case like in which I was watching a fight where I thought, damn, that shit was fixed. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, but
Look,
that like
look.
that's
I'm
me.
gonna answer your question right quick. All right. Fixing or monetary confirmation happens in boxing. That's as nice and polite as I can put it. And also sometimes with monetary, with the monetary situation, um, it may be another benefit that they provide you up the line, to get you back in the swing of things. But if this is a fight that you're not going to win, because they already made it clear, hey, this is who we pushing. We want to make millions on the back end of this fight. This is who's going to. But however the conversation goes behind the scene, there are fighters who get compensated. I know it. I've talked to people that's in the game of boxing that told me of fights that was quote unquote allegedly monetary compensated, and so that fighter lost. It's been in the sport for decades. It's no different this day and time. People just don't want to talk about it because they say, "Oh, it's conspiracy." It's a fact. It happens, bro. That shit happens. Real talk. Monetary compensation to benefit a fighter to not win. It happens in boxing. People just don't talk about it because it's the unspoken language. Don't nobody want to believe it, and they just think you're making up excuses.
Yeah, I mean, it's my ignorance in a sense, though. And I've been watching boxing for a minute, and I've boxed myself, not professionally, but I don't have like the eye for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, or like where I could spot it just as a casual observer from my house. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you've actually talked to people. I like that's kind of disheartening, though, in the sense like that
I mean,
that
I
stuff.
talk to the OGs all the time. I try to get it from the OGs, man. I tell people all the time. I have conversations with OGs that told me about fights, and in confidence. You know what I'm saying? Of course, off record, all that shit. And it's just for my knowledge. And that's no cap. That's like 2 or 3 hour conversations talking about shit. It becomes very intriguing. And I was like, wow, just like I was talking about the Muhammad Ali and Leon Spinks fight. People want to get all butthurt that I said that the fight was fixed. He was 7-0. And they didn't want to believe me. But I talked to one of the OGs that was back then, told me the whole layout of that particular fight and why it happened the way it happened. You know what I'm saying? But they can say what they want. You know what I'm saying? Muhammad Ali was no different of a fighter when he came back in there and fought the rematch. No different. He was worse. He was on the decline. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to Ali, people want to make sure that's a sacred name and don't nobody want to say nothing. But that's what I was told.
That's crazy, man.
Mark Nash in the building. He said, come no, not cute. Like this history shows. Andrew Charles on deck. What's good? I heard so and so through the fight. Yeah, they could say, from Uga's performance off Sean Porter, okay? Uga's performance off Pacquiao. He did not reciprocate that performance when he stepped in there with Errol Spence. That will lead people to say, you know what? It was time to come off the belt. Because people know damn well the fight people want to see. That's Spence Crawford. So people can come up with these insinuations easily because boxing is a business, and they're looking to get paid off this Spence Crawford fight. What y'all think that fight gonna be, man? What do you think it'll be? You think it's gonna be in the backyard, Texas again, or they're gonna go to a neutral ground?
I think that's a Vegas fight all the way.
What about you, sir? Saying you think it's a Vegas fight?
I think it better be a Vegas fight. I was just saying that last night that it better be a Vegas fight because honestly, if he fights in Texas, he's gonna have to be the normal Bud and get the KO because they'll cheat him on the cards. And if he beat him, he'll have to jump in a bulletproof limo because they're gonna try to shoot him up because they're beating up their girlfriend, Mr. Kissy Fish.
Their husband.
I hope he don't accept no fight in Texas because they running with this AT&T Stadium, man. They just all infatuated, man. Their energy levels is just, man. I hope Crawford doesn't take that shit in Texas. I want to see it in Vegas or MSG.
Yeah, even MSG is kind of like not fitting in a sense, like of recent history as far as the big matches that have been held there. You know, to me, it's almost like Vegas or bust. They should run that in the Raiders Stadium.
That'd be crazy. Yeah, that'd be crazy. They was talking about Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury potentially could have been in the Raiders Stadium, but that was just talk. You know what I'm saying? That was just talk. Why wait till your eye socket is broken? If he's going to throw the fight, he did a bad job because the ref, Mark, in my opinion, throwing the fight can have layers to it. Throwing the fight can be a lack of activity. Throwing the fight is basically limiting what your skill set is so that the other fighter can have advantages throughout the fight. I mean, a fighter is a fighter at the end of the day. They've been through sparring. They know how to move around. And once again, this is not me speaking about any throwing of the fight. But what I'm saying is, these fighters know how to take punishment. They know how to move around.
And if anybody came through after the fact, it's because I asked that question in general, not particularly with the Ugas versus Spence. Like I mean, and World Combat knows people behind the scenes, and he has a ton more boxing knowledge than I do. But I then field you the question though. You think that there was any indications of that funkiness in this fight?
I wasn't even, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to touch on it like that. I just felt that, like I said earlier, I felt Ugas refused to display his, reciprocated performances from Sean Porter and Manny Pacquiao. I don't think he gave us that same high value of performance. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. But Fix, nah. And this is not a fight that I'm going to look at and say, well, it's all, allegedly insinuations anyway. I just felt that his performance value in two of his big fights, he wasn't the same guy. He looked in great shape at the weigh-ins. He looked good at the open workout. But after the first round, it was just, it fizzled. Like, what happened? He was running low on fumes already just by choice. Like, it's a lot of shit that Ugas didn't do in this fight, man. He underperformed, in my opinion. I'm not going to go as far to say the fight was, already predetermined. But in a lot of cases, we know that boxing is a business, and these fights can be predetermined. Real talk. Tariq said Bud aligned he would go to Timbuktu to get them straps. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. WCS, I get what you're saying, but he did hit Spence clean and hurt him, in my opinion. He did. But then, that just goes to show you he had the power to do it. But when he actually connected, he did nothing but stand there. What happened to the follow-up? Ugas didn't let his hands go enough, but this style was the same against Manny. I think, in my opinion, Tariq, I thought he did more against Manny. I just thought he did more. That's all. I thought he did more. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that was Manny Pacquiao, and Manny was on his last fight, heading into retirement. So once again, he went in there and gave it his all. But the times that he hurt Spence, he really hurt him, and he did nothing but stand there and allow him to recover, and then come back with like 4 or 5, 6 punch combination. It's crazy. Let me let's see you back in. Yeah, you back on this singing.
All right, my bad. I had a phone call. But wait, did bro just say that neither one of them has accomplished much?
Who is bro? Who?
That was probably me. No, I was saying in terms of like comparing resumes. Like I don't think that they've accomplished stuff at a world class level, like to what world class was considered last decade and what it was considered in the 90s. Like I don't think that neither one of them are there yet. But like leave it to a lot of times Errol fans mostly, and they'll make it seem like Errol's done like killed dragons and resurrected on the third day, like and Bud basically washed his cars.
Well, I mean, I will agree with that. That he definitely killed dragons and and all of that. In those male strip clubs, he probably did a whole bunch of dragon slinging, respectfully.
Running from some
they already hate you out here singing.
Yeah, I know. They already hate me. I'm like, hey, I might as well. Hey, I'm in Vegas right now. I mean, they can pull up. But yeah, the truth of the matter is this: is one man went through 3 divisions and is sitting on 10 knockouts straight when he came to another division. And one man just finally got a stoppage from, maybe about 5 years ago. It's been a while. It's been some years. So he just got his 3rd belt in a weight class he's been fighting in since the amateurs. You can't really compare these, but they will. I've never seen Bud get hit and he forget what he was doing and start looking for his mouthpiece. I've never seen that happen to Bud where he got hit and he paused and forgot he was in the middle of a fight and he needed to protect himself at all times. I've never seen that happen to Bud, respectfully.
I remember when Bud fought Mean Machine, and he had that small instance where Mean Machine hurt him, and a ton of channels like that evening were like, "It should have been a knockout. It's fixed." Like I thought that the example you just mentioned of the mouthpiece coming out, like Errol looked legit hurt, or Errol looked legit confused at least for a couple seconds, and it could have been a knockdown. That should have been a knockdown too in my eyes. But I ain't see
automatically coming back when the ropes gotta hold you up. That's an automatic knockdown, and the ropes held him up, and he paused for a second and then went back to fighting.
Yeah,
that was a knockdown. He should have got a standing count right then. But hey,
and he was nowhere close to the ropes too. Like he went a little distance, and then leaned on, and then had to be supported by the ropes. But I mean, it was like. I remember a lot of channels that are Errol wifeys, they were running with that whole notion that that like the Mean Machine would have got a victory somehow, or would have resurrected from getting knocked out by Bud because he would have been embiggered by a supposed knockdown that happened. And I counted it. I thought it should have been a knockdown as well against Mean Machine, but I thought this was just as much evidence of a knockdown against Ugas with Errol Spence, if not more evidence than the Mean Machine comparison with Bud. That's just me though.
It depends on what the referee is attentive to. What they consider a knockdown or not. Wasn't Mean Machine Olympian, right?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Then Mean
Honestly,
Machine,
I only mention it more because it's a moot point. Like that it's nothing that I mean to relish on moving forward, like hard body like that. But some of these other dudes, when it came to Bud, like they were harping on that for a minute, and they were harping on that in the immediate aftermath of the fight with Mean Machine. You know, Bud should have got a knockout. Bud should have been that should have been called a knockout. Should have been called a knockdown. Should have been called.
but knowing the history of Bud, if anybody touches him the wrong way, his response is, tenacious. He returns. Like we can say Spence is the same way. If you touch Spence, he tried to come back straight in line and try to get that back right away immediately. I have to give him that. He will go tit for tat, toe for toe, mano a mano, especially if you get the best of him. But the difference between him and Bud is smart about and calculated in how he's going to return and how he's going to punish you to get the stoppage. It just seems like Spence is full speed ahead. Nothing different. Just come kick through the door and letting his hands go. It doesn't matter if he go to the body and the head. He's still right there in front of his opponent. It's easy for him to do that with a guy who's standing flat-footed. It's easy. Udenis Ugas was just standing there, almost like Luke Campbell did when he knocked down Ryan Garcia. Garcia got up, referee called action, boom. He went right there to him, and Luke Campbell stood there. Tariq says, salute Spence on coming back from the car wreck. Dead Game Boxing in the building, salute to you. The first 5 rounds, it was anybody fight because it was sloppy. Sloppy Joe going on between both of them. Like I put up the punch stats, man. They didn't put up no incredible numbers. But Spence looked like he was doing a lot of work because his hands was moving. But I wonder what they thought was when he got hurt, when he was wobbled all those times. Like, what was their reaction? What were you thinking? Like, damn, this is Errol Spence you talking about. Something ain't right, bro. That's all I'm saying. Something ain't right.
Yo, they said that once he got the mouthpiece knocked out and then caught the 2-piece and made him go to the ropes, they said that is a showing that Errol Spence has a really good chin because he got hit with 2 good punches and he didn't pass out from those 2 punches, and that was even without a mouthpiece in. That shows he got really good chin, and he should be saluted for that. That's what they said.
So I just heard Bud get dropped by Green Machine, and nobody's giving him credit for having a good chin. They say he's chinny. But
that's the quote, though. That's an actual quote. One of the the so-called Big Fish supporters said that was their quote. They said, "Oh, when he got hit, and he got hit with 2 big ones, bum bum." Pause. Pause. And did it rock this chin? Pause.
Somebody left a good comment too, and it's actually right. And he said from a fighter that got 12 knockouts, which is true. I mean, like Ugas isn't considered like a Mean Machine even in a sense, and nobody's lining up to fight Mean Machine too since he had that performance against Bud.
Who left that on here, or that was on another live?
Oh no,
stream?
on your chat, I think somebody just wrote. I think his name is Big Demon.
Wait, let me see. Big Demon said. Let me see.
Hey, but Scotty and Mr. Senior, I got to take off though, man. But thank you for letting me on, man. Like,
all right, for sure.
If you guys aren't subscribed to World Combat Sport, I mean, y'all lacking, bro. Like, subscribe to World Combat Sport. Hit that like button. Subscribe to Mark Nash too, man. Really fantastic channels that don't get enough credit. But thank you for letting me on again, World Comment. I'm gonna keep listening too.
No doubt, foul play. Appreciate you pulling up, bro.
Peace.
So BRG said from a fighter that got 12 KO. See, people, that attention to detail. You know what I'm saying? Ugas had, I think, from my understanding, didn't Errol Spence have 21 knockouts and Ugas had 12? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? You damn near had double the knockouts almost. You know what I'm saying? But hey.
Almost.
You know what I'm saying? Almost. But when it comes down to him getting hurt, we're talking about elite level shit. Why are you getting hurt though? That just goes to show you one-dimensional. If you're still going in through the front door straight in line, don't you supposed to be smarter than that? I mean, come on now. I don't know, bro. Like, why you continue to fight the same way? And that's not what, I don't know.
Man, I'm so happy about this fight. I'm so happy about this fight, man. It showed what it really is. It showed that he definitely is not ready for Bud. He's not ready, man. And they say this is the best they ever seen EJ look. This is the best showing of his talent. This is the best of the best with honors. I said, okay.
I know, right? They was up there giving him A-level, A+ credit, man. I'm like, bro, he was letting his hands go on an opponent that allowed him to get off like that. But this being his best opponent, no, I would have rather him did this against Sean Porter. You know?
Yeah,
I would have rather him did this against Sean Porter.
He can't. That's why he couldn't. That's why he didn't take the rematch. Because he can't. He's like, I ain't about to take no rematch. He had the same fear of Sean Porter as Sean Porter had of Bud. Sean Porter said even if he won, he was going to quit because there's no way he's going to fight Bud twice. And he said that even if he won, he already knew he was going to quit because there was no way he would have fought Bud twice. And that's how EJ was like, oh, well, I won. I'm not going to fight him again.
Tariq said Bud has a master's degree as the Spence PhD. Oh my God. The question of the match between him and Bud will come down to the science of the game. Man, we wanted to be science, Tariq, but if it was all about science, wouldn't you apply that science to opponents that you're supposed to beat? Like, you shouldn't put yourself in a predicament like that with an opponent that people believe you're levels above. People weren't giving Yordenis Ugas too much credit. I just felt him coming off Pacquiao. I was going for Ugas. I wanted him to go in there and test Errol. He did for a little bit, and then that was it.
Yeah, it was like he put his hands in his pockets. But it's funny to me that they say that, well, Bud, he downloads data and he figures a person out a couple of rounds, 2, 3, maybe 4 rounds, and then he knocks him out. Okay, yeah, he knocks him out, but it takes him a while to download data. Is that not exactly what EJ did? And was getting touched up? Like, really touched up? Rocked, stunned, all kinds of stuff to the body and those headshots? Is that not the exact same thing that EJ did? You got to go back multiple fights to find a time where Bud was really stunned.
Yeah.
And then he immediately stopped him. He didn't have to take 3, 4, 5 more rounds to stop him. He immediately stopped him. The same way he did with Sean Porter, where he said, well, he was like, yeah, I'm up. He was like, nah, you down. I'm down. How? Okay, I got you. Within 30, 45 seconds, Porter on the ground. Another 20-some seconds, Porter on the ground again, and his dad stopping the fight. Now they got this excuse, his dad said he was going to stop the fight way before the fight even started.
And he knew in training. Oh, you knew in training, but you knew it was a $4-point-something million payday. So you was definitely going to collect that 50%.
Most definitely. But they got all types of excuses now. but there's no excuse for this win. Okay. I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Shit, I'm not black up OJ, god damn it. I just know it's gonna be a fish fry. It's cooking season, god damn it. That's what it's gonna be for real. I mean, no more talking about who got the most belts. It's been that way for a minute. Now he got the third one. Good. But all roads lead to Bud Hot Grease Crawford, just like Canelo had to fight Caleb Plant. Y'all gonna have to pay that man. Y'all gonna have to pay him. Regardless, whoever he's with, they're gonna have to pay that man. Period. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta pay the man to get this ass whooping.
But I
Do
feel
you
him
live,
though.
whatever.
I feel EJ though. Like I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead, man.
But I feel him though. I wouldn't want to have to pay somebody to beat me up. Like, what kind of mess is that? Well, you got to pay somebody else for them to beat you up. I would be avoiding that too.
True. But they know Terrence is gonna get his bag. You know what I'm saying? He's worth it. They got to pay that man his value. You know, I'm just looking at what PBC said, Timothy said early in the year, and now I'm rendering that at this point right here. Now that he's completed the fight, I'm very curious as to what the mindset is right now. Like, has anything changed? What investors are we talking about? Who's going to front the money? All that. They're going to have to pay Bud, man. They're going to have to pay him his worth to make this damn fight for Undisputed. It's a huge fight. They have to pay the man. It ain't going to be no damn 70-30, no damn 80-20 bullshit. It ain't going to be no Dillian White bullshit.
Yeah, it's funny. He said, oh, I was just joking. I was just joking when I said that. I was just joking. When I said that, I was just joking. He done said 3, 4, 5 times.
I know,
all his little fans
but
out
it
here.
stood out on Brian Custer's Last Stand podcast, didn't it?
Yo, I was just joking. You know I mean it. I was just joking. Mm-hmm. Because now it's getting closer to the fight. Now he respect the man. Now he want to fight him.
True.
I don't know what he must have got some courage. He must have stole. He stole. That's funny. That's what happened. He stole the Charlo courage. That's why Charlo ain't got no courage no more. EJ done stole it.
He might have been the 10 man. He might have been the 10 man in the Scarecrow, bro. And they might have stole the damn little courage that they supposed to been giving them lines up there, man. You know they stable mates. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I'm looking at this. I don't know if he was just. I mean, what could he have said? He was gonna say that shit in the backyard. Why not? We know he was gonna say the shit in the backyard. He in his hometown, of course he'd say, "I'm coming for them fucking belts." Man, get out of here. Man, we heard that shit before, man. We know you want to pretend like you want that fight. Until we see shit on paper, until the numbers are, until we hear negotiations in process, they go in here and say, okay, Spence Crawford in talks. Spence Crawford deal is made. Fight scheduled for this. I heard this guy already on the panel talking about, well, it's going to be August or the first part of September. Man, people always think they need to be the first to drop bullshit ass news. Oh, why did you think he was talking about? Why did you think the bed knots are out already? Cool, put the bed knots out. It's April. What are we gonna the bed knots out this early and the fight gonna be near the end of the year? It's gonna do nothing. That shit's gonna fluctuate, ebb and flow. You know what I'm saying? It really don't make any difference. Only thing that makes a difference is the butts in the seats and those titles. That's it. And y'all hit that like button if you're in the building. Hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? This is hot. This is hot grease. You know what I'm saying? Chronicles episode 01. You know what I'm saying? This is cooking season. Errol Spence says strap season. Bud Crawford is cooking season. We cooking fish over here. We cooking the fish. The grease is hot.
Most definitely.
Hot grease.
Fish fry.
For real, I ain't never seen no crab. I ain't seen no shrimp. Haven't seen no fish. None of that. Crawfish. I ain't seen none of them survive hot grease. Never. How long you think? You think we're gonna see this fight this year, or they gonna try to bring in somebody else for Crawford?
I think they're gonna try to bring in somebody for Crawford, but I think if they do that and they bring him within the next month or two, I think Bud will fight. I think Bud will fight twice. Cause Bud is really. He said he's completely ready for this fight. He don't want no excuses, no nothing. And every time they ask him, he said so. Like without no question, not well if the fight happens. He said no. I want the fight. Let's get it. There ain't no excuses. Let's get it. Not no, well, it may not happen. I might have to go to 54. Bud said the only thing Bud said was if I can't get the fight, I'm gonna go beat up his friend.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bud took it old school. He said, well, if you don't want to fight me, get your toughest friend.
Well, I don't even think that's his toughest friend. The excuses that Charlos are making. Man, I can't understand how you can have the moniker Lines Only. And all you do is just purr. Like, god damn, dog. You worried about niggas coming up in weight, and you worry about cats you going up in weight and fighting the ones that's already in the division. Man, and then you're gonna damn show out in front of people. Do you think they was intoxicated? Man, I heard somebody say allegedly, they was a little intoxicated.
Yeah, allegedly they were supposed to be intoxicated, but either way. And Ben Israel, respect to you, bro. Respect to you. I understand you gotta hold it down for your daddy, your baby daddy. You gotta hold it down for your baby daddy.
It's hot grease over here, Israel.
I know it's hurting your feelings. You're like, well, we're supposed to be happy. He just gotta win. We don't need to look to the future. Let's just be happy in the moment, because you only live once. Don't worry about the future. We know he's gonna get knocked out in the future, but right now he's a champion. Pat him on the butt. Nah, God, no pats on the butt or the back or any of that. He too happy when dudes touch him. Respectfully.
Hey Ben, are you gonna be in town for the fish fry? This is Hot Grease Chronicles episode 01. Are you gonna be around for the fish fry there, Ben? I know you was talking about crawfish and all that. The big fish is supposed to be Errol Spence, and it's cooking season. So I just want to let you know you need to RSVP too. Make sure you hit me on the DM RSVP for this fish fry, all the way until the fight is made. For real. How do you get a championship like this on neutral ground with judges being vetting? That's a good question, man. Like neutral grounds with judges being vetting, it takes away the neutrality, right? You're right. That just goes about boxing, man. I know it'd be extremely biased with the commentary and the crowd noise if it was in Texas. But like anything, if a fighter truly knows, what they're capable of, they don't care about going to somebody else's backyard. They don't care. I really don't think Bud would care to a point, but I would assume that he wanted on some type of platform or arena like Vegas or something like that. It's just too much going on in Texas, with them supporting Errol Spence and all the other distractions that's over there. No, let's have this shit in Vegas. Make both fighters travel. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's the only way I'll come back to Vegas, because I can't stand flying, but I might take that one for that Bud fight. Yeah, bring it on in Vegas. Or Georgia 1. Georgia will be good.
Man, they bring that down here. It'll be in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, man. That should be on point. Man, they'll bless us with that fight. Dude, if they bless, the city would be on fire, dog. The city would be on fire down here. You know what I'm saying? If they blessed us with that, oh my God. We can put Mercedes-Benz. We can put that fight in Mercedes-Benz, but hey. That's a long shot right there. That's a long shot right there, bro. For them to bring that shit down here, I mean, that's a long shot, man.
But it'll sell out, and that thing will be crazy.
Oh
It'll
yeah,
be
it'd be
crazy
crazy.
in Georgia, though.
Yeah, the build up would be insane down here. The open workout, shout out to Tank Davis. He gave us 2. I'm not sure when he's gonna roll back down here. It would have been good for him and Rolly come down here. You know what I'm saying? The long lost Errol Spence Mike is on deck. Ben Israel. Welcome to the
So
Hot
what's
Grease
up?
Cookout.
Shalom to
Welcome
both
to
of
the fish fry, Ben.
brothers, man. So what we not what y'all got to start the capping, man. Let me walk out this music, man, because right now,
Oh, you got to walk out of a building?
and I ain't trying to get my dog flagged because I don't want him saying I'm coming. I'm not gonna do is do the buffoonery. Y'all I've been
Where you at, man? The country club? Your audio going in and out, Ben. I want all your words to be clear, concise. I want the audibles, so your fans, your supporters can hear you. The Errol Spence aholics, dog. I want them to be able to hear what you got to say.
how my audio is now.
Yeah, you good.
And y'all been up here for 30 minutes with this buffoonery, man, Scotty, man. Come on, man. We
I
coming
thought
off.
Sir Senior was kicking
everything-
facts, though. I thought he was speaking number facts, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because he's speaking everything you want him to speak. You a lead prosecutor.
Plus, I like his
Scotty.
logo too. I like his logo too, Ben.
You a lead prosecutor, and that's your boy. Bud. Hey, the fish fry gonna be canned fish. We're gonna have croquettes. And you from ATL? I know you know about them croquettes. I don't know what Madoon from, but
Cooking season.
Croquettes real good, my dude. That's some canned fish with a little bell peppers and onions and stuff. They put flowers on. They fry them shits up like little patties and shit.
But Ben, check this out. I'm confused. If Errol Spence say he's the big fish, why are you're placing Bud Crawford in the water too?
I'm not here to bash Playboy. Cause he there. Gonna drown his ass, Scotty. This is what I've been telling you. If Errol the big fish, you can't drown his ass on land. Gonna take his ass out there to the ocean. I told you when your boy was over there to Disney World talking all that shit, he looking for the big fish. Playboy, you got to take your behind to the ocean, my G, and be out here. You know what I'm saying? Over there, that little playground you had with Disney World, talking about you looking for the big. Come on, man, we behind that. That's behind us. All that shit is behind us now. You gonna sign the contract? I don't give a fuck you with MT Glay Glover, Top Rank, PBC. I don't give a fuck, Scotty. I want him to sign the paper. I want you to see what EJ gonna put his ass through. You feel what I'm saying? I love Bud. I'm telling you, Bud is an accomplished fighter. I ain't never said Bud.
I don't even want to hear that love Bud shit.
Ain't
dog.
no love Bud
Save
shit.
it, man.
I want Bud to sign the ring.
Nothing.
Then
you don't love nothing about Team Crawford,
it.
dog.
Yeah, I do. He accomplished
You
fighter.
have to give us a pause. You have to give a pause, dog. I don't want you to have a heart attack. I know how Errol Spence, Spencerholics, man, they sweat and they start to convulse.
Man, nah. What we not gonna do is do these lies though. If it's facts, kick
you got to allow the other people on the panel to speak though. You know what I'm saying? What you got to say to what he's saying there, Sir Senior?
Well, I'm trying to find out now. All of a sudden, he loves Bud. It's funny now. They're getting closer to the fight. Now everybody, Bud has always been a good fighter. I never said he wasn't a good fighter. Why? Because he about to knock your boy out. He about to put him to sleep like NyQuil. Night. Rockabye, baby.
Sir Senior, this ain't the first time me and you talked about this, bro. I told you your boy been, and what I want you and Scotty to do, Sir Senior, is throw your boy out of protected custody. First and foremost, in order for EJ to beat his ass, like I'm telling you, see what y'all see, what he did to Ugas? Don't worry about that. Look what he did to Kelbrooks. Don't worry about that shit neither.
He looked bad against
Canfish Crawford get his ass in the ring when y'all gladiated, when y'all Apex Predator get his ass in the ring with that World Destroyer, Scotty, hear me correctly. He going to sleep.
Did he kick Ugas' ass? Did he stretch Ugas out?
You want to hear the deciding factor? You want to hear the deciding factor?
Ugas out though? Did he? Did he stretch him out?
What?
Did the fight end while he was on his feet from
What?
a
With
doctor
who?
stoppage, or did he
With
stretch
who?
him out?
With who? Ugas?
Errol Spence and Ugas. Did he stretch
He didn't
Ugas
even
out?
knock him
No,
down.
right?
Listen. I'm
He
giving
didn't
y'all
even
both
knock him
that.
down.
Okay.
What are you talking
Okay.
about?
Sir Senior,
Who was hurt worse,
boy-
Ben?
both of y'all boys gonna look like that, and even worse. Catfish gonna look worse than that, bro. I'm telling you.
Man.
Why? Look at him good. And why
Man, it's
y'all
unfortunate. Hey, Ben, check this out. Y'all at a dead end, Ben.
ain't no dead
Y'all
end.
wanted the 3
He
belts.
just
Y'all
said he
wanted
gonna
the
do
3 belts.
everything he said he was gonna do. He did.
Y'all at a dead end now.
Ain't no dead end with what he
No,
said
it
he gonna
ain't
do.
no choice. Errol has to fight Crawford. Errol
No
has
choice.
to. It ain't no like
Man
he's
say he been
selected
wanting
to.
little catfish, little itty bitty, and watch
Nah,
how
he
he go.
ain't never
He
want that
picking on
smoke.
Bud. He ain't had to do that to Bud like that. I'm telling you, that's gonna be the end result of that fight. He ain't had to do Bud like that. Bud,
I
good
believe that
dude.
EJ. I'm gonna tell you this. This is what I'm gonna tell you, Ben. I'm gonna tell you that I believe EJ is definitely going to beat up Bud's fist with his eye. I
Okay.
believe that.
I know.
I believe
And I'm
that.
telling you, look in your boy toolbox. Look in Catfish Crawford toolbox. Very accomplished fighter. This ain't no sympathy, Scotty. World Combat Sport. This ain't none of this shit based on this shit. This is a gladiator sport. I told you this shit give me a rush, bro. I want to see your dude get carried out the ring. Oh, he gonna get carried out. Trust on everything I believe.
Yeah, on the shoulders
Yeah,
of his
on the
team,
shoulders of
with all the
everybody.
belts.
Look what I'm
With
telling
all
you.
the belts.
Now don't none of y'all dudes so y'all don't carry him in the ring. Man, don't none of y'all dudes support Bud, man. None of y'all don't buy none of his
Undisputed.
pay-per-view fights. Y'all don't go to his fights. Y'all don't support Bud like y'all
I
supposed
bought his
to.
fights
What?
and got his
What?
sweatshirts. What are you talking about?
But anyway, like I
can tell you
said,
somebody who
when
don't
it's
support
the fight
their
here,
fighter. That's
the
you,
fight
Ben.
is here. End
You
of the
ain't
year,
been to one Errol Spence
Surf
fight in
Senior.
your life.
You know I'm a
dog.
surf. You know I'm surfing for you, and I know one spot to find Scotty at. And Scotty, don't block me. Don't keep me in the back room. Don't be having all your little Justice League on the platform, and you see me in the back room. Oh shit! Here come this nigga with this bullshit. Don't
I
do
ain't
that.
never did you like that. I ain't never did you like that.
Don't
Stay
do
on
that.
topic
Because
though.
at the end of the year, I'm gonna wait to Christmas, Scotty. I ain't gonna have no energy. All my energy gonna turn up when that shit gets signed. Oh, I'm on 100, on 100. And I want you to look in your
This why I
boy
tell you.
too,
This why I tell you.
Sir Senior. I want you to look at Bud Crawford toolbox. I want you to look at Bud Crawford
Hey,
toolbox.
I'll
Ben.
buy a
Look
big
Hey,
his
ass
hold on
shirt.
arsenal
one
over.
time, Ben.
How about
Scotty,
that?
Ben.
you been in
Ben,
the
just take
military.
some
I was just
pauses.
talking, Scotty. I was just talking. Only
I
thing
know,
I'm
but take
saying,
a pause
y'all
every
look
now
in
and
his
then
toolbox. Scotty,
we
you
can
been
have
in
a
the military.
dialogue.
Look in his toolbox. Get his biggest arsenal out. I want you, if it's the MiG, you been in the military. If it's the MiG, the Gatling gun, I don't give a fuck what you pull out for Bud Catfish Crawford. I want you to use that against EJ. And I
The
promise you,
Gatling gun
Scotty,
is not a mobile weapon. First of all, it's too
I
heavy.
want you to use whatever weapon you've been in the military. You more know about military weapons than me. You more educated in the fields than I am. I'm giving you that,
Man,
Scotty.
look,
Get the biggest gun.
the only
Pull out
weapons.
the biggest gun, Scotty, and it ain't gonna be enough for EJ,
Ben,
bro. That's all I'm
if I
saying.
try to respond, dog, it does no good for you to talk over me, bro. I understand you're an Errol Spence aholic on here trying to advocate for your boy. I get it. But we ain't gonna get nowhere with you over talking me every time. I know I bring that energy out of you. But the B that I see in your logo stands for Bud. I appreciate you, bro. Mad love to you. Mad love to you. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
it.
Mad love. Ben come over
That's
here with
it.
the
The
same
B,
energy
the
all the
B
time. That's
stand for
good.
Bud. That's all you got. That's it.
This is what I'm gonna tell you is
Out of all
this.
the
Like I was
buffoonery,
saying before,
all the buffoonery
if
against
if
Sir Senior was up here talking about.
if EJ beat Bud, I'll buy a EJ shirt and I'll wear it on the live. How about that? I'll go
We
live on my
hey,
channel
you
and
hear
wear an
your boy,
EJ
hey,
shirt.
Sir Senior,
How about that?
I mean Scotty, you hear your boy now. When he beat the brakes off when EJ beat the brakes off Catfish Crawford, what you gonna do, Sir Senior? Let Scotty know
Beat the
again
brakes
now.
off Ugas, though.
I'm gonna wake up from that horrible nightmare and salute Bud for being second time undisputed in real life. But
See, you ain't a man
if
of your
y'all
word, Sir Senior. You're a man of your word now.
how about this?
How
If
about
he
this? How about
finds
we make a bet? How about I'm gonna be a man of my word, Sir Senior. We're gonna go in the opposite bet. You put on motherfucking EJ shirt and say motherfucking EJ the greatest, and being Israel is my motherfucking whatever.
Nah, Ben ain't getting no love off
And
this reward.
I'm gonna put on a Bud
he
shirt.
trying to get
Nah,
his
Ben ain't getting
reward,
shit.
What's
You
up?
ain't
Let's
stepping in
bet.
the ring.
I'm
You ain't
sleeping
the
in the
corner.
street, Scotty. You can
You
bet.
ain't
We
the
can
cut,
bet
man.
cash. I want your money, Scotty. I want
Hey,
your cash.
I got
When
to
this
show
fight gets
some. Hey, look,
signed,
I
I
got to
want
show some
cash with you,
hospitality
Scotty.
smoke. Hold up, Ben. Hey, welcome Smoke Dog in the building, man. Appreciate you, Smoke, for pulling up. I know you got something to say. What's good with it?
Yeah, what's
Shalom.
up, man?
Shalom,
What's
get
up
the
to
smoke.
the panel? What's up to the chat? I saw you live. You know, I had to jump off of one panel, come on to yours because you know you rarely have panelists on your thing. You generally talk your stuff. And so, like, you know, let me bless Scotty one time and have Scotty bless me with some knowledge. Does anybody have Bud outpointing Errol Spence, or is it just by knockout?
Do I have him outpoint him? Yeah, if the fight goes that long. Very
So
solid
you
question.
think that you can outpoint him then? So without dropping him, without dropping him or stopping him, how do you have Bud beating Spence?
Well, first of all, I believe he can stop Spence. But
No,
if you're
I got
talking
it.
about putting away rounds, I do believe that the mentality Bud Crawford's gonna have is not gonna be like Sean Porter. Him and Sean Porter was friends. He didn't want to go in there and beat his ass. But I do have him going in there with a different type of aggressiveness towards Errol Spence. And yes, he can beat him on points if he's in the right location. If he ain't in Texas, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
so no, but I'm asking like more for a technical breakdown of like how you see that thing going. Like, because I can see if like Terrence can punch hard, right? Errol Spence has a hell of a chin, so I'm thinking if he can take Bud's power, what's Plan B? If it ain't stopping him and
that's a
dropping him?
big if, Smoke. That's a big if.
I know it's a
if
big
he can
if,
take it.
but so is stopping him. That's also a big if.
Scotty came with Get the Smoke came with the great assessment. Scotty, I don't hear no response. Get their ass, get the smoke. Get their ass, get the smoke.
I'm just wondering from
What's
people who
Plan
are
B, Scotty? What's
You gotta
Plan B?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Who are picking Bud to win. I'm hearing a whole bunch of what I'm hearing is puncher's chance. I'm not really hearing like, yeah, he's gonna use his superior jab to keep it at range or his superior footwork to use lateral movement. Like, I'm not hearing that. I'm just hearing
because the fight is so far away, we don't even know. Like for me, the fight is nowhere signed yet, so I haven't really gotten into the technical aspects.
Okay,
I know where you going with, but I haven't really started to dive into that yet. You know what I'm saying? I've been just putting it out there that I believe off what I know. It just even before he stepped in with Ugas that Bud can stop Errol Spence. I said before he stepped in there with Ugas, I believe it.
I mean,
why do you think Errol Spence has a good chin, Smoke? Why you say he has a good chin? What did you find that out at?
What did I find it out at? I found it out of every single fight he had when he's getting hit by guys who can crack and he's not actually wilting or changing what he does in the ring or anything.
So you didn't.
You mean like when he didn't just got hit and he paused and forgot he was fighting and started looking for his mouthpiece and then caught another two pieces?
And then what do we see for the rest of that round? We saw Errol Spence going back to what he was doing right before that sequence happened, whooping the fuck out of Ugas.
Yeah, he was whooping the fuck out of him, but Ugas was allowing him to come forward without doing anything.
I got you. It's not just the Ugas fight. I saw Danny Garcia hit him. I saw Kell Brook hit him. I've seen this guy. I've seen the guy get hit. I'm not like. It seems like the big if is Bud stopping him because he's never been stopped. Or like you could say he got dropped. Maybe the ropes held him up. You could say that that's a drop that didn't get called. Okay, cool. I'm just saying that it's a really big if that that ESJ can take Bud's power. It's a really big if that Bud can stop him. So like, what is
how he's been stopping everybody he's fought?
Yeah, but how are you gonna judge Errol Spence's chin by Kell Brook's chin, or Benavidez's chin, or Amir Khan's thigh?
And of course, we're gonna say
like,
right.
What the hell that got to do with each other? Like, I'm just saying it's a bit like we see Errol Spence's chin. Right, we've seen this. We've seen him.
None of them.
Let me ask you this.
None of them guys are Terrence Crawford.
I got it, but all of those
goes both ways.
Every single guy that Terrence Crawford either dropped or stopped, somebody else either dropped or stopped them.
But we can say the same thing.
What do you mean? He's fought more undefeated fighters than EJ.
Right. Okay, but now you're looking at that's a lifetime achievement award. We're talking about 147.
In 147, same thing. What are you talking about?
No, okay, sorry. At 147,
what undefeated champion he beat?
He's fought one guy.
What undefeated champion he beat?
That's okay. I'm sorry. The only guy that Bud Crawford fought.
What undefeated champion did EJ beat?
I got you, bro. like if I can answer your question, the answer is 0. But which fighter
Okay.
is like which fighter did Errol Spence that fought can't beat Jeff Horn? Which guy?
Man,
Which guy did you
we
pick Jeff
going
Horn?
back to old news, Smoke.
No,
Come
he
on,
just asked
Smoke.
me a
You
question.
ain't bringing
Listen,
up Jeff Horn, are
Scotty,
you?
he just
It
asked me.
must have been
he asked me a
EJ.
question.
Bro.
He
EJ
asked
must
me a
have couldn't beat him because
bro,
he could have fought him,
bro,
and he didn't fight him.
Hold up. The only
EJ must have couldn't beat him because he could have fought him, and he didn't fight him.
Okay, see, the only.
But I thought it was strap season.
Okay,
He could have went and got that strap.
I'm not gonna try to scream over you,
Let
bro.
him talk,
Like,
Sosin.
yeah,
Let's
here's
Smoke
the
get
thing.
off.
Yeah, here's the thing. The only undefeated champion that Terrence Crawford fought was Jeff Horn. We've seen Jeff Horn get his entire ass whooped by scrubs.
Did he have a
So
belt?
I don't
though?
understand.
Did he
like,
have Manny Pacquiao in his record,
let me
Smoke?
finish.
Yes.
I'm gonna just finish my point. Not only did we see that, but we also saw Jeff Horn finish that fight on his feet. Right? The reason why that fight got stopped was because the ref was sparing us all watching any more of that fucking bullshit fight. It wasn't because Jeff Horn couldn't see the final bell. I'm pretty sure that Errol Spence will be the best undefeated fighter that Bud faced. I'm not sure. Like, I get it that you think he's going to stop him. What I'm asking though is if he doesn't stop him, how do you see that? Like, how do you see that? And I get Scotty's.
You're asking the grand questions for me to prognosticate.
But Scotty, hold up a second, and I'm
You
going to
want me
land
to
this plane real fast.
prognosticate a
This
result
be my
that
last.
haven't
This is my
happened
last
yet,
point.
bro.
You're saying that it's bit like this fight for me has been on my mind since 2016. So, I've had 6 years to think about this whole fucking thing because I really like both guys a ton. So it's kind of weird to me, like, even though everyone's been talking about this fight at least for the last 4 years, that like at this juncture you haven't thought if he don't stop him, how's he gonna win?
No, I never had that dilemma. I never had it. I just talk about him stopping him because I truly believe that Bud Crawford can stop Errol Spence. I believe Errol Spence is an overrated fighter. You know what I'm saying? A one-dimensional fighter. I'm not going to get up here and drop insinuated or speak it into existence, and it's just like a fantasy fight. Now we moving a step closer, and he's picked up the 3rd belt. We're still hoping that it goes down at the end of 2022. Now, of course, I believe Bud Crawford is an all-around better boxer than Errol Spence and can win on points easily. There's Smoke, easy.
I mean,
bro.
I hear you, bro. Like,
My
listen.
thing is, how is EJ one-dimensional? You talk about an Olympic.
Just look at the fight. Look at
Olympic
this fight
boxer.
this past
You talking
weekend.
about?
I guess
Just because he
if
goes
I
to the
was-
body
some of
don't
these
make him
answers, I
any
when you
more
say
or less
one-dimensional, maybe
one-dimensional.
Scotty, maybe you see something what Robert Garcia see too, and explain this to me. What you see that would
all over
you
the
how
place,
you gonna
man.
define?
I
how
don't
you
know.
gonna say
I don't-
EJ is one-dimensional? What you
would
see?
you? Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to figure out what easy fights has Errol had at 147. I think the easiest fight he's had is Jeff Horn, maybe the undefeated guy.
How long has he been at 147 is the question.
Since 2018, 4 years.
He's been at the division long enough to be in a higher position than what he is. You know what I'm saying?
just
We're not going
saying-
to sit up here and act like Lamont Peterson gave him a hell of a go. We're not going to bring in Chris Algieri. All right. We're not going to sit up here and act
got
like
it, but
hey, hold up, Smoke. Hold up, Smoke. We're not going to act like Gennady Golovkin then whoop Kell Brooks' ass, and under a year, Errol Spence turned around and fought him. We're not acting like he's a healthy
He
fighter.
broke his face. He broke his face.
And
And then he
especially
fought him in under a year.
especially when you got a war with Jose Benavidez. Like, you can downplay all these other dudes you want, but like Amir Khan was putting.
Yeah, we can downplay one another's resume all day, but when it comes to two comparisons, Terrence Bud Crawford and Errol Spence Jr., that was what I always stood on. I think Terrence Crawford, I know Terrence Crawford's a better boxer than Errol Spence Jr. That is what I stand on. We can compare resumes all day, and both of them have their iffy, their if and their complexities to it. But at the end of the day, I think Terrence Crawford all around is a better boxer.
I mean,
that's my point with
I don't
that.
disagree. I don't actually disagree with that. Like, I
all the way disagree with it.
No,
Though,
so here's the thing. The reason why I thought in 2016 that Bud would beat him was because I think he has more tools and is a better boxer. But ever since the Kell Brook fight against Spence, I've always had ESJ beating him just because of the style matchup and the size difference. Like if you could get a great big man, I mean a great little man, but he doesn't beat a good big man, especially when you have and not just the style matchup, but also the temperaments of the fighters. Like both guys get hit, but what I'm seeing from Errol Spence is he goes about his work after getting hit, and and Bud is trying to get back after he gets hit, so he can be drawn into a fight, which I don't think favors him.
Isn't get back the same as Errol Spence going about his business after? They're both the same thing. Smoke get back.
No, not in.
They're the same thing, except for Bud finishes his fights.
They're not the same
and
thing.
EJ leaves something on the plate.
What I'm saying to you is Errol Spence is not. It doesn't seem that he goes to a special gear. It doesn't seem that he gets off of his game plan. He just goes right back to what he was doing. He's a workhorse. He's as a workman I guess approach to his game. Whereas Bud, it seems like he's a little bit more emotionally driven about the action that's happening. He's not trying to he don't want to get embarrassed on TV. But anyway, the point is the exchanging with Errol Spence, I don't think is the fight that he wants to fight. Like in my mind, I'd like to if I was to pick Bud to outpoint Errol, it would be something like the Victor Postol fight. A kind of fight that we haven't seen him even do at 147, and that fight was years ago. So he would have to turn back the clock and all of a sudden become do his best Muhammad Ali impression of being lateral movement and hooking off the jab. That's what I'm seeing. Like I don't see another way that he's going to outpoint Errol Spence without dropping him or stopping him. I mean, sorry, without dropping him. Like the stopping him, there's no points involved. But without dropping him, the only way I see him getting more points is keep that leg moving, and I still think that Errol Spence is too good at cutting off the ring for that to work. But I don't even see another avenue for it.
So you've never seen somebody. You've never seen somebody try to cut off the ring with Bud, and Bud piece him up and then move out the way. You never saw that happen.
No, what I haven't seen is somebody trying to piece up Bud and Bud using just his stick and his legs to move out of there outside of the Postal fight.
So you didn't see Sean Porter try to piece up Bud and pressure him, and Bud move out the way and do Olay to him 2 times in that fight. Right. So what slide out the way and hit him and make him run into the turnbuckle like they were WWE. You did not see that. So you didn't see that. No, you were blinking real hard when that happened.
Okay, so again, what you're talking about is moving out of the way, and I'm talking about using lateral movement for 12 rounds. Or for however long the fight lasts.
You somehow you've seen moving out the way and movement.
Correct, because I said the Postol fight. In the Postol fight, what we saw was 12 rounds of lateral movement. Not him moving out of the way a couple of times with a couple of shots.
You don't see Errol Spence as a flat-footed fighter?
I think he can be. I think that. So, I don't think he was flat-footed. I don't think he was flat-footed.
You're trying to tell me it wasn't some moments in there where he was extremely embarrassed for him just fighting directly in line with Yordenis Ugas getting touched and then getting hurt and wobbled, and that wasn't the signs of a flat-footed fighter just standing in front of their opponent?
No. So again, like I saw times. So in the first round, I saw that he wasn't flat-footed, and Ugas won that round, right? So I also saw him not being flat-footed against Danny Garcia. I also saw him not being flat-footed against Lamont Peterson. So I have seen guys. I also saw him not being flat. Let me finish. I've also seen him not being flat-footed against Mikey Garcia. So I've seen the guy not be flat-footed. However, if I was to say, like, does he spend most of his time being flat-footed versus not flat-footed? I would say most of the time he's flat-footed.
When you see fighters in the gym working on the heavy bag, they move around and the heavy bag still stays in place, right? That's pretty much what we see with Mikey Garcia, Danny Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Yordenis Ugas. They're flat-footed fighters, so it's easy for Errol to move around. That's not saying he's not flat-footed. It's just that he's able to move, cut angles, and do what he wants for a fighter that's not even mobile. They're not even having no type of mobility.
I'm not sure that that Errol Spence is like, I don't. Okay, so I don't think that these guys, Mikey, Danny, Ugas, is more or less flat-footed than Bud at 147.
You said you don't think Ugas is any less of flat-footed
than Bud at 147. Like Bud has been fairly stationary and flat-footed at 147.
If you gauge his fight off Sean Porter, if you gauge his fight off Manny Pacquiao,
no, I'm saying if you gauge it off Jose Benavidez, if you gauge it off Jeff Horn.
but not the Errol Spence fight.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm at 147. I don't know that Bud has been less or more flat-footed
Smoke,
than
you
all of those
better
guys
than
you just named.
Smoke. You better than bringing in Jeff Horn, bro. We passed that. Smoke. Come
I'm just
on,
saying
man.
at 147. Listen, I'm not the
Bro,
one
he
who said
done defended the title 5 times
not,
already. We ain't talking about Jeff Horn,
listen,
dog.
I don't know who the we is. Somebody on this panel said undefeated champion. So the only ways you can reference that is Jeff Horn. Otherwise, who are we talking about?
Yeah, undefeated champion. That's based off the response.
Yes, that's
from
Jeff
what
Horn.
You brought in Jeff Horn. You
Right.
brought
So
Jeff Horn
somebody
into
on
the
here
topic.
is talking about Jeff Horn.
You brought Jeff Horn into the
No,
topic.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
No,
The
you was
others on here-
insinuating off his
you was
resume
comparing-
how many champions.
Correct.
You was insinuating off his resume how many champions. So I'm saying,
Correct.
okay,
That's Jeff
he took
Horn.
the
Correct.
belt.
So
He
that's
took the
Jeff
belt
Horn.
from Jeff
So I
Horn.
didn't bring up Jeff Horn.
But you was leading to
No, I wasn't. I'm
undefeated
not the one who
champion
took it
or
here.
champions he
Listen,
beat.
my overall point to all of this stuff is about Terrence Bud's power. That's the only reason I brought this up, was because apparently that people are saying, like, the number one pick that I'm hearing from Bud for people who are picking Bud, because I'm a Bud fan too, but the people who are picking Bud, unlike me, right, is by stoppage. That's what I'm hearing. So it's just kind of like, I don't believe in Bud's power to that extent because of the fights that I've seen, and I also don't believe that Errol Spence's chin is that weak from what I've seen. So I'm wondering what is Plan B if that doesn't happen.
I mean, I understand that's a respectful lead up to a question, but that's a lot of prognostication. Like, you're trying to speak something into existence. That's just opinionated narratives at the end of the day. Just like me saying, Terrence Crawford is knocking out Errol Spence. I totally believe that, but has it happened yet? No. I'm just going off the tools that he has, his skill set, his ring IQ, everything that it encompasses. I believe it supersedes that of Errol Spence. Now, you can agree that Errol Spence has a chin. Okay, based off who he's fought, okay, cool. He survived, but he did get hurt yesterday, right? He did get hurt several times, but people just comb and smooth over that as if it never happened and talking about his work rate. The man looks in trouble. He's in trouble, Smoke. He's in trouble, bro. Look at his performance against Sean Porter. That was before the accident. Before the accident, Sean Porter didn't even put him in a situation. He was turning him at ease. You know what I'm saying? He was keeping the work rate up, doing Sean Porter shit. That was before the accident. Yeah. Now, after the accident, he runs into somebody like Ugas off a Danny Garcia fight, and Ugas was able to highlight some areas of weakness of Errol Spence. You didn't see him get hurt? Did you see Errol Spence get hurt in this fight?
No, I did not see him get hurt.
Hold up, Ben. We're not talking about you because you hear no evil, see no evil. We're talking to Smoke.
You keep saying what you see. I want you to see the facts, what you see now.
Ben, you're biased, bro.
This is a fight between.
Like I'm saying, you biased though. We'll be here all day going, you biased, I'm biased.
Right.
I
am
biased.
I've seen in a fight between these two guys, right? I've seen both guys get hurt. Like, I've seen lesser punchers give Bud the stanky leg. I've seen lesser punchers drop Bud. So, like, it's not just a one-way thing where only Errol is going to be taking shots. I don't believe.
What have you done for me lately?
I believe it is my belief that Errol Spence hits just as hard, if not harder, than Bud, and has a better chin than Bud.
I disagree. I absolutely disagree.
Where do you come up with that he hits just as hard as Bud and has a better chin than Bud?
Oh, that's
how?
Easy.
How?
Okay, I'll tell you how. Because I've seen now two guys' face get broke by Errol Spence, right? That's so far two guys. And I've seen Bud do the stanky leg off of a 100 off of a featherweight.
So you think that
the stanky leg off a featherweight? What are you talking about? A stanky leg off a featherweight?
I'm saying that Gamboa, the
oh my God, we're not bringing up Gamboa because he's just coming off.
You talking about Gamboa who had just as many? Wait. Let's cut through that right now. I'm tired of the foolishness. You're talking about Gamboa who at the time had the same exact record as Bud, knockouts and wins. That's what you're talking about, the undefeated Gamboa, or you talking about the washed up Gamboa who fought last night?
No, the knockouts and the wins he had were from the flyweight division. They weren't even fighting in the same division. Like Bud was a lightweight. All of his wins at that point came in the lightweight division. That's why I said I saw that dude do a stanky leg against a flyweight. I mean, sorry, not a flyweight, a featherweight.
So a guy who was the same weight as him at the same time, had the same record as him, you're saying that, okay, he should not.
So now you understand what
his
I'm saying.
punches don't hurt.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, they're no longer fighting even at lightweight. Now they're at welterweight. So if I think that if you're doing the stanky leg at lightweight, yeah, I think a guy who's been at welterweight the whole time and is not doing the stanky leg against welterweight guys probably.
What do you mean he ain't been rocked? What are you talking about?
I said he didn't do the stanky leg. I said he didn't do the stanky leg. I'm just saying, like you asked me why I think he has a better chin. This is why, because what I've seen in the ring.
No, he got hurt by multiple people. They just didn't finish up
by multiple people. That's not. But I'm not talking about whether or not a guy got hurt in a fight.
Hey, check this out, Smoke. Do you give Yordenis Ugas credit for beating Manny Pacquiao?
What do you mean credit?
Do you give him credit for legitimately beating Manny Pacquiao?
I mean, to the extent that you can give a guy credit for beating a 40-year-old guy, even though it's Manny Pacquiao, sure.
So Manny Pacquiao's age is what you bring up first, and not the division that he started off in boxing. But yet, hold on, Smoke. But to compare Bud Crawford, you want to bring up Gamboa, but yet Manny Pacquiao started at what weight class? What weight class again? This is going all
started
day
at
long.
flyweight, like microweight.
Come on now.
All right, so let me ask you. So
Yordenis Ugas beat up a flyweight, and you bring up Manny Pacquiao's age, but yet when it's Bud, you bring up Yordenis Gamboa. He started off as 26.
Okay, so cool. So the reason why I bring up Manny Pacquiao's age, because I believe that the Manny Pacquiao that fought Tim Bradley beats the Manny Pacquiao that Ugas fought.
Man,
right, because his age.
How many times did they fight again?
In Manny Pacquiao's development, right?
So Timothy Bradley beat a flyweight too, right?
The other part of the question was about why do I think Bud's chin isn't as good as Errol Spence's? That's why I brought up Gamboa. It was about a chin thing, not about like, do I give him respect for beating the fight? It's like two separate questions. Totally.
So my question is this, then. So Sean Porter, right? Sean Porter fought both of them. Look what Sean Porter was able to do to Bud versus what he was able to do to EJ.
Yep. I do look at that. I think that has a lot to do it, right?
He said that he was ready to go in that fight before the fight. Same thing with Kell Brook. Kell Brook said that was Kell Brook said that's the best he's ever felt, even after the fight. After being knocked out, where he didn't remember where he was at for a minute, similar to how EJ was paused and didn't remember he was supposed to be keeping his hands up when he got stunned. But anyway, Kell Brook said even after the fight that he was in his best shape. He had his best camp he had in his whole career.
All right. So I think maybe you might be missing out on a few things, right? So Kenny Porter before the fight said that it may not go the distance because he didn't like what Sean was doing in camp. When he threw in the towel, one of the reasons why he gave for throwing in the towel was because Sean Porter wasn't doing, in his mind, Sean Porter wasn't doing what he needed to do in the lead up to the fight in training camp. So whatever the hell Sean Porter was talking about, his trainer did not echo those same sentiments. Right, but regardless of that, I'm just saying.
So what's your excuse for Kell Brook?
All I'm saying.
What's your excuse for Kell Brook?
What do you mean? I don't have an excuse for any of this stuff. I'm telling you what happened.
No, you got the excuse. Oh well, it was Porter's daddy who thought
that. He did not say it. Okay. So
let me ask you this.
Do you think that's an excuse? Let me ask you this. And do you think that is actually relevant to what we're talking about?
It's fun.
I think it wasn't, because simple facts is if any other fighter was knocked down the same way back to back, most, if not all, fighter trainers who care about their fighter is going to come on that rope and throw that towel in, especially against a guy who has the stoppage rate and has the killer instinct of a Bud Crawford. He still had 2 more rounds to go. He would have been laid out cold. He wouldn't be back at the Porterway podcast.
Okay, then if that's the case, why bring up the training thing? If everybody would have stopped it in that situation, why even talk about the training camp?
Because Porter going to talk about what he wants to.
Okay, so what you're saying doesn't make any sense. First off, like,
How it
Gamboa,
goes? You're telling me. So you're telling me if your fighter was in there with Bud, or a fighter like Bud, who has power in both hands, who has a killer instinct, who has already going on a non-knockout record in a row, 9 knockouts in a row,
okay,
knocking them out, stopping them.
All right,
You're going to let your fighter who just got knocked down twice and within 45 seconds of each other, you're going to let him fight 2 more rounds.
Down twice within 35 seconds of each other, all of that stuff doesn't really account to whether or not a guy is actually hurt in a fight and whether or not you think he can come back. Like the reason why Kenny Porter said, because everyone's saying it looked like Sean Porter could continue. The reason why he said he didn't allow it to continue was he didn't train properly. So he didn't have faith in the guy's ability to continue. Not because
and that was cap, Smoke.
I got it. You could say it's cap. You could say it's cap, but we can
4.5 some million cap.
I got it. If that's cap, then what is the other reason? And then what's the reason to cap about it?
Because he was in a bad place.
Because Terrence Crawford's a bad dude. He said Terrence Crawford is a bad dude.
But I know the way Terrence Crawford handled Sean Porter is not what we seen Errol Spence do, and that was before the accident. That was before the accident, bro.
Yes, the Styles makes fights. We also
that's the same thing I'm saying about these styles of fights, man. That's what I'm saying about the styles of fight with Kell Brook, Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia, Yordenis Ugas, DSG. Styles make fights, right? I just feel like he was able to expound on those type of styles and made him look very good, especially last night. Let my boy Showtime in the building. What's good with it?
Ain't nothing, man. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. I just want to. I heard Smoke talking about the stinky leg, and I was just sitting here watching. Shout out to Showbiz, the entertainer. I was just watching his video. Earl Spence did the stinky leg Saturday night. Smoke.
Correct. But Saturday night they were fighting at welterweight, not at.
Yo, the dance is the dance. The stinky leg is the stinky leg. It don't matter what weight class.
I think you missed the point of what I brought that up for.
I understand. I understand what you brought it up for. You were saying Gamboa. You were saying Gamboa made Bud do the stinky leg.
No, you're not understanding what the context was. The question was, why do I think Errol has a better chin than Bud? The reason why I think Errol has a better chin than Bud is because I saw a guy in a lower weight class give him the stanky leg.
Okay.
But you contradicting yourself. You don't want to identify. Look, hold up, Smoke. You contradicting yourself because now you're trying to ignore the fact on what we just seen this past weekend, but yet you're going back into the history books at 126 to say, oh, Gamboa fought and made Terrence Crawford do the stinking leg, which a fight that happened years ago. We're talking about right here, right now. He's 6 straight.
Because you don't get a better chin over time.
6 straight stoppages, bro.
You don't get a better chin over time.
If we want to talk about what division these cats started at, we'll do this forever and a day, man. You can't bring up all these.
Bro, you're missing the point.
No, bro, you brought up Gamboa, which has no relevance to this topic, bro.
So let me ask you a question, Scotty. Do you get a better chin over time? Is it a way to train to get yourself a better chin?
Fatigue can bring a knockout. Now, if you have a Amir Khan type of itis, it's no help for you. Neurologically, you fucked up. But condition, the lack of condition can bring a knockout. We know that. Fatigue can bring on a knockout.
Right. So the stanky leg happened in the 3rd round, like the 3rd or 4th round, right?
We're talking about Gamboa again.
The stanky legs, where they happen. We're talking about
the premise of my life was to talk about now the welterweight division, Smoke.
So we're talking about Spence's stanky leg versus Errol's stanky leg, right? They both happened. I felt like when neither guy was tired.
Bring up Green Machine if we're gonna keep it in the welterweight division. Don't bring up Gamboa.
Listen, but the question wasn't about the division. The question is about why do I think one guy has a better chin than the other? I don't think that Errol Spence. I don't think that
division. Don't be talking about years ago.
I do not think that Bud's chin has gotten better since the lightweight division.
I think so. Why hasn't he been stanky legged again? Since you said he was stanky leg, why hasn't he been stanky legged again? You think that Sean Porter don't hit as hard, and as Gamboa?
Well, I think that Amir Khan had him. You know,
Answer the question straightforward.
Amir
I
Khan
am.
had
I'm
who?
answering the question. He's asking why haven't we seen it again? So now I'm mentioning.
I
the other
asked you a straightforward question.
Correct.
Why
I'm
we
trying
ain't
to
seen it
answer it,
again?
and I'm
And
trying to
is
answer it. I
Deshaun
just
Porter
said Amir
hit
Khan.
less power than Gamboa?
Does Sean Porter have less power than Gamboa? Like probably.
Smoke. I got a question for
But
you,
he
Smoke.
rocked EJ. He got less
Huh?
power than Gamboa, but he
Yeah,
rocked
yeah,
EJ.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Senior, let
Smoke. I
Showtime get in.
got a question for
Hey,
you,
let
Smoke.
Showtime speak. He
I
haven't
got
had
a
a
question
chance
for
to
you,
talk.
Smoke. Since you saw all on the stinky leg, right? Granted, Bud caught the stinky leg from Gamboa, but did the ref stop the action when Bud caught the stinky leg?
No, again, the only reason I brought this up was
Answer
they
the
trying to
question.
say,
I just want to hear that question.
I got you, but you guys are off a tangent. I'm only comparing chins. I'm only
Okay.
comparing Bud's chin to Errol's chin. I think Errol has a better chin. That's it.
But Manny Pacquiao was knocked out in his 12th professional fight, right?
Awesome.
Are you
What did that got
comparing
to
his
do with either
chin?
Bud or what did that have to do with either
What does it
other
have to
guy's
do with
chin?
Gamboa fighting at 26 and we talking about the
He
welterweight
gave him
division?
these stanky because we're talking about the strength of the guy's chin. That's why, Scotty.
But
Man,
listen,
hey,
listen, Smoke. I'm gonna say this: we really don't know what Earl Spencer's chin is like because the ref stopped the action.
Okay, we do know what his chin is like because he still got hit on the chin by not only in this fight but in other fights too.
And yeah, but listen, we talking about stinky leg. I want to stay with the stinky leg topic. When Earl caught the stinky leg, the ref gave him some home cooking and stopped the action.
Okay, first off, there was no stinky leg, and yes, while the guy stopped the action, the reason why there wasn't even action to stop because your boy Ugas doesn't throw shots. That's why there's nothing happening. That's why the action got stopped. Not only that, there still was no stinky leg, but beyond all of that, that doesn't.
The reason why I
it
want no
doesn't help
stinky
this whole
leg is because he did the
conversation
running
about Bud having
man.
better chin.
He didn't
I
want no
agree.
stinky leg. He did the running man.
Smoke. He did the running
Okay,
man.
so
It might
great.
not
So
been
now
a
you're
stanky
talking about
leg.
that's
He
a
did the
different
running
dance, though,
man.
isn't it? It's a different dance, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's still a dance. You still
Okay, I
jiggy
got it.
with
But
it.
The
Yeah,
running man looked
yeah.
way worse than the stanky leg.
Yeah, he still had the wobbly legs. He still had the wobbly legs.
Leg is coming at 135 pounds. No, it isn't.
You're telling me you shaking off, that's what the stinky leg is. You trying to shake off a punch versus the ropes holding you up is not worse.
That's correct.
Okay, that's not what
he did do the Harlem Shake.
All
right,
so got hit so hard that his legs don't work.
He didn't do the stinky leg. He did the Harlem Shake then.
Okay, whatever you did, whatever you say he did. Like all I'm saying to you
He
is
did
like
the breathing stop. He paused. He was dancing and he paused and looked away and then had to catch his breath.
Like, listen, like all I'm telling you is like if you believe that Bud has a better chin than Errol Spence, go ahead. But I can point to stuff. You're just mad at what I'm pointing to.
Oh, I'm not mad because some of the things you're pointing is like you say is irrelevant.
No, it's not.
It's non-pertaining. If you're gonna go back to 26 with Gamboa, is a poor analogy at the end of the day because we're trying. Look, Smoke. We're trying to keep it on 47. We're trying to keep it on the opposition. That's in 47. We don't want to breach outside of that. You haven't heard me talk about anybody else. As long as I've been on this live today, I haven't been bringing up stuff that Errol Spence did to whoever when they was in this because he's been in welterweight this whole time.
So, Scotty, I would take your point if you were just to say to me, I think he has a better chin at 47 than he had at 35. But you're not saying that.
No, I was comparing his chin to Errol Spence's chin.
Correct.
Collectively at 147. You the one start bringing in chins and legs from Gamboa.
Right, because I believe that they've had the same chins their entire career. But the difference being one guy didn't spend his entire career in this weight division. I guess Errol had his first fight at 154, even though he only weighed 149. But whatever. I'm just saying he spent the bulk of his career.
It was still over 47.
I got it. It is. So let's just do their entire careers. In their entire careers, when I'm examining these two guys' chin, it looks to me that Errol Spence's chin is more durable than Bud Crawford's chin.
And it seems
looking
like
at the entirety of their careers, like that's what
it seems like. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Your assumption. And look, that's your opinion, your assumption. And also, out of the two fighters, Terrence Crawford did more in his career than Errol Spence has done.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's not an argument.
He was collecting belts while Errol Spence was kicking cans around trying to figure out what division he was going to fight in.
I mean, that's also why he's the older fighter too, right?
Who? Terrence?
The guy who's older, the guy who's been doing it like 5 years longer, right? Or 4 or 5 years longer. Like,
all I was trying to say on my live is that out of the two fighters, Terrence Crawford is much more disciplined. It's good that he had the best nutritionist that he's ever had and strength and conditioning. Good, cool. But with the performance that Ugas put out, I don't see him having just dramatic change like everybody's talking about that. Oh man, this is the best we ever seen. Yeah, because Ugas did less than what we've seen him do in previous performances, i.e. Manny Pacquiao and Sean Porter. We didn't see all the aggressiveness. We didn't see the head movement and defense. He pretty much shut down, but yet he was still able to hurt Errol Spence in pockets of the fight. And you're up here trying to advocate that Errol Spence has a solid chin against Ugas, who has 12 knockouts.
How
many knockouts do Terrence Crawford have?
I'm saying he has a solid chin, period, in his entire career.
I think he got like I think he got like 6. I think he got like 6 or 7 straight in the welterweight division.
Yeah. So to your point, right? Like I to your point about being disciplined, right? I think that he's been totally disciplined more than Errol Spence has, and you saw that in the Porter fight, and he even spoke about that. Like he spoke about the huge weight gains he was having before fights and how that affected him going into the Porter fight because it's like essentially a fat camp. But maybe that's capped in your mind too.
No, I heard him say that.
So I got a question though. You were talking about how EJ is so great and this and that. He got a stronger chin. The reason why Bud did more is because he's like 5 years older. He's actually 2 years older than him. He's a few months different than Sean Porter. And he was fighting in 2008 was his first fight versus Brian Cummings. And EJ first fight was in 2012. But they're only 2 years apart in age. So
yeah, and one guy's been in 3 divisions, and another guy's been in 1.
And one was on one of the worst Olympia teams in boxing.
Yeah, I mean, and the other guy couldn't even make a team. Like I don't
know.
No,
he got kicked out for fighting.
No, he got kicked out. Smoke.
Don't even try.
He got kicked out, bro. Don't even try. He got kicked out.
He got kicked out for fighting. He was beating people in and out the ring.
Listen, one of my homeboys, he got kicked off the 92 Olympic team for knocking out Oscar De La Hoya. I hear you. You guys,
so you pissing on your homeboy too?
It's if you think it. No, I love the 92
Smoke,
team.
You just got caught in some shit.
No, it's not even
that. Yeah, Smoke. You know you done fucked up, right?
No.
You know you done fucked up, right?
You guys think that you have a non-Bud fan on this panel. I am a Bud fan. I just don't agree with what the hell you guys are talking about.
It's all respect, bro. Talk your shit, but you. Come on,
it seems as though you're literally coming up with whatever it is to try to discredit what I'm saying. Meanwhile,
okay, so it's okay for you to say we have irrelevant points, Smoke.
No, like
saying we're trying to discredit what you're saying.
Saying that he was part of the worst Olympic team is neither here nor there. First off, that's your opinion about that Olympic team, and furthermore, I'm not sure what in the hell, what does that say about Bud Crawford since he's getting kicked off a team to fight? If that all of that shit is just some drama
that's just saying he's a fighter.
That does not actually. I don't think that's going to show up in the ring. Whatever the hell they were doing in the Olympics, or as amateurs or all that shit, I don't think that's going to be a reason why either guy wins the fight.
I mean, people love bringing up the AMs all the time when he's about to step in there with Ugas. Everybody want to talk about what happened in the AMs and all this.
Yeah, I mean, that was for people who were picking Ugas.
I'm just saying. I mean, also I was bringing up Castano, what Castano did to Errol Spence in the amateurs.
I mean, I hear you, but listen, I also understand because I'm a Bud fan. I've been watching and I listen to these dudes. They've been calling out Ugas since before they got into the Division 2. They were looking for Thurman, they were looking for Ugas, they were looking for Danny, they were looking for a lot of guys, right? And all I'm saying is when it boils right down to this whole thing, I think Bud beats everybody that Errol Spence fought? Of course I do. Do I think Spence beats everybody Bud fought? Of course I do. Now these two are going to fight. Do I think that Bud could knock out Spence? Of course I do. But if he doesn't beat him, do I think he can outpoint him without dropping him? I don't. I don't think that can happen at all. I think in order for him to beat Spence, he has got to either stop him or drop him.
Okay, I mean that's your prognosticated analogy. I get it. Just like everything that goes on when we're talking about fights on this YouTube community, everything is forecasted. There's smoke. We know that. I understand where you're going with this because most of what I'm saying is I believe Bud Crawford can stop Errol. I'm not really speaking the details of the fight like you was asking because the fight hasn't been made yet. You know what I'm saying? The fight just haven't been made. But gauging off comparison of fighter to fighter and their competition up to this point, I tried to keep it inside the welterweight division, not going back and forth. And people always want to use Jeff Horn and all that. It can go days for days upon days. But what I'm saying is, as an overall fighter and a technician inside that four corner square, Bud Crawford has more tools than Errol Spence.
Yeah,
and I truly believe he will stop Errol Spence. He will stop him.
I don't even think that's an argument about who has more tools. The question, really, in my mind, is how do the stylistic match up, the attribute, and then the attributes match up. That's really all it is to me. Like if we see Errol Spence eating shots and keep on ticking the way we've seen him against other opposition, then it's a long night for Bud.
Oh, we see Sean Porter.
Let me ask you this
too from Errol Spence, and he only was knocked down once. He's only knocked down once, barely. But look, Terrence Crawford went in there and stopped Sean Porter, knocked him down twice.
Errol Spence
didn't reciprocate that.
Yeah, he did. Like, listen, if you think that because he did a better job on Sean Porter, that means that he's going to stop Errol Spence. Oh, okay, you can
did a better job on Kell Brook too.
I feel like you can extrapolate from that. But what I see is Sean Porter's strap being around Spence's waist, not Bud's.
Sean Porter's strap.
Because Bud didn't catch him when he had the belt. Bud didn't catch him when he had the belt, man. That's all that is.
We don't know what that fight would have looked like, do we?
Kell Brook had Sean Porter's strap, and then the WEC was vacant, and then Errol Spence picked up that one. So what are you saying? That don't mean anything.
Wait, huh? What? Kell Brook?
You saying Sean Porter's strap is around Errol Spence's waist, right?
Correct.
Well, Kell Brook has Sean Porter's strap too.
Yep.
Okay.
And he fought a better and not only that, Sean Porter fought a better
version with two straps that Errol Spence had.
How can you say? Now let me ask you this. How can you say that was a better version of Kell Brook when Kell Brook and his trainers both blatantly said vehemently over and over before, during, and after the fight, even now said he was a better version of himself when he was getting ready to fight Bud. Even after the fight, really Kell Brook said that himself. What would he have to lie about that he was a better version?
Real simple, bro. It's one letter said 3 times. Triple G. In between Errol Spence and Sean Porter, the Triple G fight happened. That's how.
So you're saying that the Triple G fight broke Kell Brook?
I'm saying that the Sean Porter, the Kell Brook that Sean Porter faced, the difference between him and the Kell Brook that Errol Spence faced was a broken face.
So 3 fights.
When he fought 3 times and had multiple years to heal, that also goes to the fact that he's a better Kell Brook. Which is worse, when you just broke your leg and then you hop back on your leg, or you have 3 to 5 years of winning on that leg and healing on that leg?
All right. So if you think guys at the end of their career get better because they're older, like that's just you thinking that. Like
that's not what I said. Stop changing the goalposts. Answer the question, bro. No disrespect. No disrespect. No disrespect. But you keep not answering my question. Like I don't mean to be disrespectful by any means, but you acting like a female. You're acting like a female. You won't answer the question I asked you. You're not answering the question I asked you, and you're gonna overtalk me.
Hey, one at a time, sir. Smoke one at a time, bro.
First off, the question was about the Kell Brook that Spence faced versus the Kell Brook that Porter faced. And now you want to pivot to the Kell Brook that Bud faced. So now, before we pivot to the next thing, so we don't keep spinning into the stratosphere going nowhere, can you concede, before we move on to the next point, that the Kell Brook that Spence faced is not the same version that Porter faced. Porter faced a guy who was not damaged goods versus a guy who had been broken, who had his face broken and coming down 2 weight divisions. Right? We can see that Porter fought the more in his prime, more fresh, and the more rough and ready challenger at 147 than Errol Spence. Can we exceed that point before we go to Bud?
That's a fact.
Yeah, we can all well.
Great. So that answered that question. That's why I said Porter.
And it's irrelevant
Porter
to the
faced the best
equation.
one.
Keep going.
So now we're going to go to the one that Bud faced. So you had 1 broken face going into the Spence fight, and now you got 2 broken faces. Okay, great. So now you're saying how much time he had to heal. He had a whole bunch of time to heal. And what division did he fight in while he was healing? And also, who did he fight during that 3 years? And also, what did he look like?
Yeah, he fought at 154.
A heavier fight. He had a heavier weight, so he didn't have to lose weight, which he says is one of the things that tears him down. He said that his whole career, if you know anything about Kell Brook, that him losing weight, similar to what EJ say, him having those fat camps was harder on him than him actually fighting.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you know how much he weighed versus Triple G?
Yes. Do you know how much did he weigh against Triple G? And how much did he weigh?
No. So here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'm saying to you. That him weighing the same, his weight going to the Triple G fight was the same weight he had at 154. He was weighing the same exact amount.
Yes, as a smaller man, he was fighting a bigger opponent.
Okay, so cool. So you're saying that he went up. So now that we've conceded these 2 things, now let's break this thing down. You're talking about a guy who went up in weight for 1 fight versus a guy who has been up at that same weight for 3 years. Like, which one do you think is harder to lose the weight against? The guy who's been at a high weight for 3 years, or a guy who went up there for like 6 months?
It was harder for him to lose the weight to drop down to fight EJ. He said that himself. I'm going off what the man said. And there was a rehydration clause as well. So he had to lose the actual weight. He had to lose that actual weight, not water weight, if you know the difference.
After it was recommended that he doesn't face Triple G because he was a smaller fighter, he did anyway, went up there and got blasted. Then he had to drop back down. All this took place, his recovery, getting back in the gym, and then losing the weight during that time of fight camp, getting back in fight camp to face Errol Spence at 47.
And defending his title. Yeah.
I'm with you on this thing. The only issue that I'm having is like reconciling because now it's like 2 or 3 people with different points. So Kell Brook, in going into the Errol Spence fight, said the exact same thing he said going into the Bud Crawford fight. That losing the weight didn't matter. He was in the best shape of his life. They said all of this stuff. Yes, Eddie Hearn was on there talking about, should you do it and maybe just drop the belt? He's like, no, I feel fine. I feel great. I'm on weight. I feel absolutely fantastic. That's what he was saying.
But there's one caveat. He said him not having to lose the full weight makes him feel better because there was no rehydration clause where he can't rehydrate past a certain point. So he could lose water weight versus actual weight. That's I'm telling you. So if I have to lose weight for 30 minutes, I can sit in a sauna and lose a few pounds and rehydrate, and I'm back to my weight.
Okay, so what you're saying now is the rehydration clause is the thing about losing the weight that came into play.
That's the same thing I said the whole time.
Okay, that's fine. No, it's not what you said the whole time.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Check the replay. I'm physical with this.
It isn't, but that's cool. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Like, we're gonna get bogged down into like
why it don't matter? Why the facts don't matter when I'm cooking you?
It's actually not relevant.
It's all right. You wanted beef. I'm salt based.
Relevant to the conversation. How
is it not relevant? When the EJ fight, we're literally saying that he was in better shape.
Hold up one at a time, fellas.
I'm going to address the substance of what you're saying, right? So in the substance of what you're saying is the rehydration clause made the Errol Spence fight tougher than the Bud fight. And I mean, to me, that's a fine hair to split. I feel like having 2 broken faces is a bigger hair to split than a rehydration clause. But, whatever. It is what it is. That's just like a perspective thing. Like it's not like there's no way to quantify that. There's no way to like prove, yeah, that's a worse thing. I'm just saying if you're
we can prove it by Kell Brook saying it himself.
Let me finish my point. You can, to me, it seems harder if you've been at a higher weight for years to drop down to a lower weight versus you just went up for one fight. Even though you had to, even though it's a water weight thing.
That's totally untrue. If you never really did weight cutting, Smoke, that's totally untrue. It doesn't matter if you've been up there for a while. If you basically pick up that weight, your body go through changes, transitions. You know, you're talking about the chemicals, your sugar levels, all that stuff plays a role in that. But my whole point when I bring up Kell Brook, Smoke, when I bring up Kell Brook is what physically happened to him. I don't care what he says. I can care less. He say he was okay. That's cool. Like producer notes.
Yeah, I was just talking.
That's like producer notes, Smoke. But what I'm saying is he got broken up at 60, came down under a year, had to recover, rehab a little bit, get cleared, then get back in fight camp and drop weight, all that weight, to step in there with Spence.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Who's his mandatory?
Yep.
Come on, man.
I mean, there's a lot going on in that fight. I mean, I'm not disputing that, but we also understand that he got his face broke, the other side of his face broke in that fight, right? That also happened in that fight. We also understand that he fought at 154 and got more wear and tear on his body, more years, more tread add to his career, and then had to drop down again.
Just 3 fights, Smoke?
Okay, how many years? I got it. How many years passed?
But see, now you're contradicting yourself because you say his opponents that he fought at 54 wasn't shit, but yet you're trying to say, oh, it's more tread on his body. Which one?
Yeah,
is it?
they also worship.
He has soft touch.
Both of those things are true.
Come on, Smoke. Come on, Smoke. Come on, Smoke. You know you done fucked up, right?
Hey, bro,
nothing but soft touches.
Scotty, that's not a contradiction. Both of those things are true. They don't contradict each other. His fighters were trash, and he was still
okay. So how's that trade related? How's that trade related?
It's trade related because he still got in the ring and fought them, and it's still years removed.
He didn't have problems, did he? Did he have problems like he had with Spence?
Training camps, doesn't he?
No.
He still need to have training camps, doesn't he?
So with that being said, so let me ask you this: which hurts a fighter more, going through 3 easy fights, or coming back from, as you said, getting his face broken in a fight that he should have never taken by everybody else's opinion?
If you're assessing the fighter, it's what he looked like in those fights. What I'm saying is he fought trash fights and looked trash in them.
So he fought trash fights that he won where he didn't really get hurt, versus when he was already noticeably hurt, healing within a year. Have you ever been injured? Have you ever been injured?
If you're assessing the quality of fighter, right? Like you're talking about the actual result. I'm talking about actually assessing the fighter, looking at what the fighter's going through. The guy has 2 sides of a broken face now. We're seeing him fight mediocre, low-level competition and doing nothing in these fights. They're all like fucking going to like nothing's fucking happening in these fights. They're years removed, right? Like the year that he fought him he fought Kell Brook in 2017. He fought and then Bud fought him in what, 2020, 2021? We're talking like 3-4 years, right?
Removed. You declared tread on him, dog.
5 years removed, right?
You declared tread with soft touches. How does that work?
Right, tread. 3 fights. Is that tread or not tread?
That's fine. Soft touches.
Smoke. Now you're moving the goalpost, Smoke. I'm listening to you. You're moving the goalpost now, Smoke.
I'm not.
I'm listening to you.
The same thing. You can accuse me of doing it all. It's easy to accuse me of. It's impossible to approve, actually, because I'm not.
You just gotta accept because
I'm really not doing this. Here's really all it is. If you think it's the same Kell Brook, that's what you think. All I'm saying is 3 fights equals wear and tear. So does 3 training camps. Also, the fact that he only fought 3 times in those 4 years says something about the quality of opposition going into the Bud fight. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that to me, you can't just say Kell Brook and then bring up Spence, Porter, and Bud like it's the same Kell Brook in all those fights.
Go ahead, Showtime. You got something to say?
Yeah. I want to say this to Smoke, right? Since we on the Kell Brook, right? He's coming off a broken face against Triple G, and he jumps in there with EJ. He wasn't damaged goods when he fought EJ.
I think he's damaged goods after the Triple G fight. For the rest of his career, he's damaged goods.
Smoke. Isn't that the same answer, Smoke? Come on, dog.
Okay, that's
Come on,
all.
Smoke.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to hear.
Showtime asked you, was he damaged good after the Triple G fight, right?
Of course,
I mean,
that's what I said.
And then you
Of
say,
course.
well,
and
he's
he
damaged good.
understood my
after the
answer.
Triple
I said
G
correct.
fight.
He was more damaged after the Spence fight. And
but no, listen. No, but listen. All I want to know is because they trying to tarnish what Bud is doing, but the man got his face broken up, and then he lost his title right after that. So he wasn't damaged goods.
Right.
Like,
that's
what is damaged goods?
That's my point. Like what I'm saying is, what I'm saying to you is, it is unfair to Sean Porter to say that Kell Brook is the same dude. Like that Kell Brook that fought Spence and fought Bud is the same dude that fought Sean Porter. That is
no.
Unfair
We never
to Sean
even
Porter.
brought him into the engagement, Smoke. We never brought Sean Porter and Kell Brook. We was
you did. When I said
Kell
Sean
Brook
Porter's belt was around, when I said Sean Porter's belt was around Errol Spence's waist, you guys brought up Kell Brook's belt, Sean Porter's belt being around Kell Brook's waist, and that Kell Brook is a completely different dude.
Now we wasn't comparing the opponent of Kell Brook and Sean Porter. I only responded about Sean Porter belts because you said that Errol Spence just picked up Sean Porter's belt.
Yeah,
and I said he already had Sean Porter's belt because Kell Brook defeated Sean Porter initially.
Okay, that's the IBF
title.
That's the IBF. No, the WBC belt.
I know that's the one you was talking about, and I said
correct,
he already
because that's
had
the one
the
one that Sean Porter had. Kell Brook beat Sean Porter.
Correct.
That's why Kell Brook had Sean Porter's belt.
Kell Brook had.
Spence didn't have Sean Porter's belt unless he
on that
WBC.
Can we concede that Kell Brook defeated Sean Porter and Errol Spence defeated
like you're
Kell
confusing
Brook?
yourself at this point.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
clear-minded. What are you talking about confusing myself?
You are,
Kell Brook defeated Sean Porter and Errol Spence defeated Kell Brook.
Correct. So he had Kell Brook's belt. So he had Kell Brook's belt, not Sean Porter's belt. Sean Porter already lost the belt.
I'm acclimated to you, Smoke. I know you're not gonna.
I know, bro, but you're like, but that's not.
I'm acclimated to you,
like,
bro.
Come on,
you know
man.
what I'm saying?
Come on, man. Like, I know who the hell, where you got belts from.
Of course, but we having a dialogue, bro. You contradict yourself.
No, that's not a contradiction. You're not.
You did contradict yourself today, bro.
You're incorrect on this, and that's all.
Man, it ain't all about being right in everything.
That's it. That's
you know
all.
what I'm saying? But you slipping and sliding today, bro.
Sean Porter's belt around his neck, around his waist, not Errol Spence. The only belt Errol Spence had from Sean Porter was that green WBC.
But can you confirm this though? You know, let's just get it clear. Is less than a year feasible time? You know what I'm saying, to take a beating like he took at 60 and to drop down 2 weight classes and fight Errol Spence and say he's 100% healthy. I'm not caring what he's talking about because he's gonna say that as a fighter, and he cleared medicals. But do you believe the beating that he took, that's enough time to recover?
Yeah, because he fought the next guy within a year and he didn't get his face broke.
I'm calling bullshit on that, Smoke. I'm calling
okay,
bullshit.
Hold up a second. You do realize when he had 2 broken faces, he fought a year later and didn't get his face broke.
Bro, I'm talking about when he stepped in there with Errol Spence, because that is one of the highlights.
You just asked if it was enough time to recover.
Errol Spence and fighting Kell Brook.
Okay, so how come it's enough?
Him under a year, bro. Under a year after being smashed by Triple G.
Okay, so why is it enough time to recover from 2 broken faces, but it's not enough time to recover from 1?
You're talking about a man. Last fight after Spence, he moved up in weight. And he fought 3 soft touches. You was up here insinuating
how soon after the Spence fight was it a soft touch?
This is what you said. He had a lot of tread on him, but yet on the back end, you were saying, oh, his opponents was bums. His opponents was bums. So how you get tread from fighting bums? Oh, now you related to training camp. How do you know his training camp was? Because it's been proven that some fighters, if they having soft touches, they don't have hard training camps.
Okay, so you just asked,
right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Some fighters
that fight soft touches, they don't have hard training camps.
I got it. Some guys don't have hard training camps, but do they have training camps to the extent that it doesn't put wear and tear on their body? Then what are we even talking about?
Everybody's training camp is different, bro.
So, I mean, I got it. So if you feel like a training camp does not put wear and tear on your body, you can think that. And maybe your camp is so easy
for anybody to assess with those
maybe you have such an easy training camp that it does not. I expect that everyone's training camp is going to put some kind of tread on their body. That's just
But
like
you weren't talking about that. You was talking about his opponent, Smoke. You was talking about his opponents.
But that's just a general rule of thumb, right? But to speak to your question, you asked if it was enough time to recover. Is a year enough time to recover? After the Errol Spence fight, how long did he have to recover before he got in the ring again?
I didn't hear you. I was talking while you was talking. Say it again.
Okay, no, you asked if a year was enough to recover, right?
Less than a year.
Okay, so it's less than a year. Is less than a year enough time to recover from that injury, right? So my question to you is, was it
higher
enough
weight
time?
class, heavier puncher? Higher weight class, heavier puncher.
Awesome. So how long was it before he got into the ring again after the Spence fight?
No. Answer my question, Smoke. Higher weight class, heavier puncher. Is it less than a year? Is there an ample amount of time to recover?
So again, what's the higher weight class? He was dropping down in weight.
60 to 47. He had a heavier puncher at 60 in Triple G that touched him up real good.
Yeah.
So he has to recover from that beating to drop down to a lighter weight class. So you're basically taking your body through more changes, and you have to go through recovery.
Okay, so how long did it take him to recover after the Spence fight before he got in the ring again?
Total about 9 months.
All right, cool. So
9 months from his fight with Triple G until him stepping in there, about 9 months.
Right. No, after the Spence fight. I said after the Spence fight.
After the Spence fight, he went up to 154. I don't know.
How long was it before he got in the ring again?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm just saying, like, it wasn't very long.
He fought 3 opponents in 54.
So apparently for Kell Brook, it doesn't take that long to recover.
No, you can't insinuate that unless you look it up, Smoke. You can't just
okay, no,
that,
I mean,
bro.
I understand that it was like not that long. Like I remember that
he
wasn't out for years. He was not out for years trying to like looking for recovery time. Like
I'll look it up. I'll look up the time it takes him to recover. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about, where's this fight at? So he had Gennady Golovkin September 2016, and then he fought in May of 2017. He fought Errol Spence. Then after the Errol Spence fight, he fought March of 2018.
So same time, like that's this dude. Apparently he ain't tripping.
But once again, we're highlighting the fact of he fought Rabchenko, Zarafa, and DeLuca, which we all know, 29-2, 25-2, 24-1. They wasn't world beaters. They wasn't somebody that was, in the top 5.
No, he
plus he was at
those fights, like
look,
I pointed out.
Plus he was at a healthier weight than dropping down, the 47.
Yo, I'm just answering your question about a year. I would just ask your question: is a year enough time to recover from an injury?
I just think when you combine the amount of damage that he received from Triple G, dropping down, recovering, getting back in fight camp under a 9-month period, and then stepping up in weight to face this soft touch or whatever, I can't even compare that to Triple G and Errol Spence. I can't compare the transition from Triple G to Errol Spence to what he fought at 154 after he fought Spence. I can't compare the two because Triple G is none of those guys at 54. All I'm
saying is it sounds like he had enough time to recover in his mind.
But when I'm talking about time, I'm also basically speaking on Triple G as being a heavy hitter and a more tougher fighter in this equation. That's what I'm relaying as far as the amount of time. He took a beating from somebody who has this power, who's considered a power puncher.
I don't really think he took a beating. Like he was actually like, I think he got his face broke, but like he's kind of up on the cards, right?
So he didn't take a beating now. The fight was stopped in the 5th round.
He got knocked out, but I think
the fight was stopped in the 5th round. Smoke.
Yeah, that doesn't mean
so it wasn't a beating. It was a 12-round fight, bro.
That doesn't mean you took a beating.
In the 5th round. There wasn't a beating.
That just means you got knocked. It just means you got stopped. It doesn't mean you took a beating.
Man, you are tripping, Smoke.
No, you are tripping, and you know that you are. Dog. Now you know you are too.
The goalpost is in the highway right now. You know,
now it's a moving goalpost
from the field to the highway.
Cool. Right. So in 5 rounds, he took such a beating that he took such a beating that it was so diminished in the Errol Spence fight that even though he took a 10-round beating in that fight, but he was still able to have the same turnaround against Ravchenka. Like your stories don't really line up, actually.
Oh, it does line up, man.
No, they don't really line up.
He's the
Like
11th round when
all I'm
Spence
saying
stopped
is,
him.
listen,
It was the
if you
11th
felt
round
like-
and a damaged
if you
fighter.
felt like he didn't have
Damaged
enough time
fighter
to
that was in the
recover.
11th round. It was the 11th round when it was stopped, bro.
Okay, cool. I'm just saying, like, I saw that Kell Brook was touching Triple G up quite nicely. I didn't see like a beat up, but if that's just a terminology
let's
thing,
get it.
if that's
Let's
the
not get
terminology
it
you want to use.
misconstrued.
Go ahead. Like,
Errol Spence isn't Triple G. First of all, Errol Spence isn't Triple G. So if you're trying to compare the time frames for which he had to recover, the amount of damage that was inflicted at 60, I'm assuming, okay, I'm just assuming it was much more detrimental than what Errol Spence was able to do, because he was touching Errol Spence up. You know what I'm saying? It was a back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Even though his left eye was broken up, I just think the damage that Triple G inflicted on him was much more severe than what Errol Spence inflicted on him.
yeah, but I mean, based on, but why even assume that? Like, what's the point? Like, there's no way to prove it.
I'm going off what I watched.
Let me just finish. There's no way to prove it, and why even assume it?
It's no way to prove a lot of stuff that we talk about if we're talking forward or we're talking about what we think.
I'm just saying, like, why assume
all
it?
opinionated based debates.
Okay, so if one guy breaks your left eye and the other guy breaks your right eye, you go, well, the left eye was broken.
So
by
you trying to tell me
it's a bigger weight
in that
class?
fight you trying to tell me that fight in Spence that Kell Brook only was punched in the left side of his face? No,
I'm trying to tell you. No, I'm trying to tell you which. I'm just saying which side of his face got broken. It was the other side. It was the same side that Kell Brook, the same side that Triple G broke.
Correct.
The other side of his face.
He took punches on both sides of his face.
I hear you, but the other side stood up. Sounds like it's healed to me.
It sounds like
neither one of them.
So you didn't notice in that fight that he protected the hurt eye the same way as anybody will protect the hurt place. You noticed that he protected the hurt eye?
I noticed that Scotty just said that he got hit on both sides of the eye. But I
Yeah,
also noticed
but he protected the hurt eye.
He was hit on both sides of his face in that fight.
He only has two eyes, right? So his hurt eye did not break again. His non-hurt eye did break.
How do you know that? We don't know if his hurt eye didn't break again, bro.
Because he only had the one broken eye in the fight. Because he didn't go out of the eye.
Like Israel Vasquez. Vasquez returned to the ring against the doctor's wishes, right? He wasn't cleared, but he did anyway. And he said, "Oh, I feel fine." When his eye wasn't well, and he ended up losing that same eye when he can't return back to the ring.
Yes, that's
ahead of time without letting it heal properly.
Right. So you do realize that everyone has talked about which eyes were broken in both fights, in both camps, doctors, everyone. This is not a conspiracy or like confusing or anything. This is well known, even if you didn't watch the fights, so you can see which eyes are broken.
But you ignoring the fact
that they've released the information for these eyes.
Triple G was much more of a beast than Errol Spence, bro. Triple G's punching power was much more of a beast than Errol Spence. Plus, he was contending 2 weight classes above 47, bro.
I mean,
I'm
with that.
Fathom he was fighting in a heavier weight class.
I don't think that Errol Spence hits harder than Triple G or as hard as Triple G. So if that's what you're saying, I agree with you. Triple G is a harder puncher.
Appreciate everyone that's in the live chat, man. Appreciate y'all dropping your comments. I know we've been going back and forth on the panel. You know, that's pretty much what you're going to get sometimes, especially if Smoke is on the panel. That's what he does. You know what I'm saying? Sir Senior, that's what he does. So, you know, appreciate y'all brothers, you know, dropping through and dropping your input on this. You know, I mean, it just goes to show you, you know, voices can communicate with one another without it getting absolutely out of control. You know what I'm saying? I already know what I'm going to get from Sir Senior and Smoke. I already know. So I seen that all the dang comments in the chat. I wish I could have got to him, but you know how that goes, man. But yeah, Smoke, man, you was goddamn switching stances, pivoting, goddamn shoulder rolling.
Yeah, easy to say, impossible to prove.
He
It's a
had more
lot.
footwork than EJ.
Yeah,
If
yeah, I
EJ
know.
has
He's
your
insane. Hey,
footwork, I
listen.
might give it to EJ. If
Listen,
EJ had the
listen.
footwork you had in this conversation, I might give it to EJ.
You guys, listen. You guys need better coping skills and better arguments. Like I don't know what to
Coping.
tell you.
I cope very well
Yeah, I
in
hey,
debates. Smoke.
listen.
What are you talking about coping? I didn't
Yeah,
mute
what I'm
you or
talking about
anything. What are
is
you
what you
talking
need to
about?
do is have your coping
Coping
skills be
skills,
more in
dog.
line with the reality of what fucking happened. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh,
that's all I'm
oh,
saying.
so
Like you
so
come up
you
making
turning
up
the
stuff
corner.
after the fact to soothe your bruised ego,
So
man.
just
Man, you
because
don't
you
need to do all
change
that.
topics of
You don't
discussion
need to do all that,
means you're
bro.
right.
Like, come on, man.
Absolutely not. Just because you change lanes and go somewhere else
Okay, I'm changing
out of
lanes.
the direction for which
Okay,
you're trying to go means you're
listen.
right. No,
I'm the
it doesn't.
same guy that say I've been saying the same thing this whole thing. I can tell you what I said at the beginning and all the ways that I proved it
Smoke, man.
without changing a
You
single
was
word.
goddamn
I didn't
making
change
U-turns
lanes.
when there
I
was
didn't
no
tap dance.
U-turn.
I didn't move the goalpost. What I said
You
was I don't see how Bud wins this fight without dropping or stopping Errol Spence. And I've been asking all of you guys for your own breakdown for it. And then I also said I think Errol Spence hits harder than him, and I also think he has a better chin than Bud.
think. Yeah, we think a lot. A lot of us.
I
All
know.
three
I
of
got
us.
it.
All three
Exactly.
of
I
us.
didn't
We
change
think a
lanes. I
lot.
didn't tap dance. I didn't move off my square. That's what I said. That's what I came in saying. That's what I'm leaving saying.
You can take it around about all you want, and then you can try to dip off on the side street. But Smoke, yeah, I'm not here to go, tit for tat 101. But I know you're not gonna admit the shit. I know it. I've heard
Okay.
you enough. You're gonna debate and you're gonna keep it moving. It's okay, bro. It's okay to be wrong sometime in life.
Hey, I'm
You know
I'm
what
wrong
I'm
a lot, man. I'm wrong a lot. That's not it.
But
But
I'm
like telling me I
wrong.
switch up
But
my
C is
positions.
wrong.
I don't switch up my
Come on,
positions
dog.
in order to not be so it don't look like I'm wrong. Like I don't care about all that, bro.
I don't
I'm a
either.
Bud
That's
fan.
why I really don't
Listen.
entertain it.
Here's what it is. Here's what it is. I am aligning myself to not be a disappointed Bud fan. Like if anything, I may be a slightly disappointed Spence fan, but I'm gonna be so over the moon for Bud overcoming this whole thing that like I'm going to be very excited if Bud actually beats Spence. I'm not, especially if he beats him by points, because now
That seems like somehow, some way you have a dysfunctional, what I'm saying, attachment when it comes to Bud, because most of what you've been debating about has been in the advocate of Errol Spence and not
because I
Bud
think
Crawford.
it's been why I think Spence beats Bud. It's not about whether or not I'm a Bud fan. These are two totally different things. I'm a fan of both of these guys. I just don't think Bud can beat Spence at 147.
Okay, I mean that's your opinion. It's all good. We can agree to disagree, and you can also be disappointed once the results are in. Smoke. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna. So if Bud wins, I will be very happy. I will not be disappointed. Right, my happiness will overshadow my disappointment. Right, and
Okay.
if Bud loses, I'm not gonna be disappointed because I just don't think he has it. And like I expect Spence to be competing at middleweight. I don't expect Bud to be competing at middleweight. That's really all this is about. Both of these guys, I think Bud has more tools. I think he has the skills, all of that stuff. I just don't think. I think the style matchup is a problem for him, and the physical attributes, the size and the work rate, like all of that shit is like kind of a problem.
The style matchup when you're talking about him fighting Errol Spence, right? One-dimensional Errol Spence. Cool. I'm glad you feel that way.
I mean, you think
Stylistically,
he's one-dimensional.
okay.
I've seen more dimensions to him than one.
I mean, look, we're not talking about just him popping the jab out there. When I say one-dimensional, it's him coming straight through the front door and then just dropping everything, and see if it works or not. Okay, I go up top, go to the body, this, that, and the other. I'm talking about his foot movement. I'm talking about him setting traps. I'm talking about him, having gears, different gears, not just coming straight forward all the time and then, putting punch combinations together, setting traps, moving. You know what I'm saying? Allow his opponent to be the lead sometime. He has a hard time boxing off the back foot, in my opinion. What happens when he get pushed back? What happened? We seen it in the Sean Porter fight. He didn't look too well. So that's all I'm saying about your one-dimensional hero.
Oh, so I think he's definitely a better fighter moving forward than going backwards, but I don't know that means one-dimensional. And all my heroes are dead. Like I'm on the wrong side of 50 for all that shit, bro.
I'm basically initiating you. I know you're saying you're Bud Crawford fan, so to speak, but You know what I'm saying? We all or nothing over here, Smoke. It's still room for you if you want to be a full-pledged Bud Crawford supporter.
All or nothing. That hey, you guys about to be some disappointed people with that perspective.
I can send you a certificate so you can come on over, man.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying? I got certificates.
Look,
I can send it to you.
Listen, like you guys gonna miss that. Like I guess this is about missing out on what Errol Spence does well. Because that dude is nothing. Nobody should have a problem being a fan of Errol Spence.
What?
Nobody.
What?
You should not have a problem with that. Like Errol Spence, man. Like,
so do you have a problem with being a fan of Bud Crawford?
Hell no. Like, but what? Like Bud Crawford is my number one pound for pound guy right now.
So if he's number one pound for pound, if you understand what pound for pound means, that means you're saying right here on the live that he beats EJ.
Nope. I'm saying he
can't be your number one pound for pound.
He can't be your number one pound for pound if he ain't beating EJ, Smoke.
Okay. I have Canelo my number 2 pound for pound. I don't have him being the number one guy at light heavyweight.
We ain't talking about Canelo. He's up at 75.
No, we're talking about
right
pound
now.
for pound. We're talking about my.
He's up at 75, bro. Stay on topic, Smoke.
The point.
Sir, Senior asked a very.
So what I'm trying to the point I'm trying to illustrate to you is that just because you're a pound for pound guy doesn't mean you're the best guy in your new division. Since Bud Crawford, he got to the pound for pound list before he was ever even at welterweight.
And once he came to welterweight, he stayed on the pound for pound list.
Correct. That
at the top. He's at 1 or 2 of everybody's.
That doesn't mean
he never dropped past 3 on even the ones who hate on black people.
Right. That's how a guy who's ranked highly on the pound for pound list doesn't mean he's the best in a division, in a particular division.
That's what pound for pound means. It means if you're the same pound of anybody else, your skill and ability will beat everybody else. That's what pound for pound means.
Okay, no, it does not, because I think that Canelo Alvarez, if he went and fought Makabu at cruiserweight, yeah, he's number 1 and number 2 pound for pound. I wouldn't think that he's the best cruiserweight. I wouldn't give him a snowball's chance in hell against the best cruiserweight.
Well, we're basically isolating 2 names: Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, who's been on the pound for pound list for several months, right? So we're talking about welterweight division. You said this about Bud Crawford. You have him on your pound for pound list. We've been speaking on the welterweight division,
number 1,
the entire time.
Yes.
But yet you have reservations about him and beating Errol Spence.
Correct. I think he's the second best welterweight and the number 1 pound for pound guy on earth.
Man, I know how you're trying to separate that. You know, it's crumbs at the end of the day. It's picograms in what you're trying to deliver to the audience. You know, you're trying to talk semantics, Smoke. You're trying to speak on semantics and say, he's my best pound for pound, but I think he's the second best welterweight.
Correct.
Then why haven't anybody else mirrored up what you're speaking on?
Well,
in this whole game,
because nobody else understands. I mean, apparently these people may not understand that Bud Crawford got on the pound for pound list because of his work he did at 140, not the work he did at 147.
Okay, so do you think the work that Errol Spence has done at 47 supersedes what Bud Crawford has done at 47?
Now I'm talking about Bud's work at 147.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you believe Errol Spence's work at 47 supersedes the work of Terrence Crawford?
At 147, of course.
Correct.
Of course.
So why haven't he been able to make the shift past Terrence Bud Crawford since his work supersedes him at 47? Because what you're elevating Terrence Crawford with is old work. You giving him old rewards. Just like you said earlier, he's getting fucked up and did the stanky leg by 126 pounds. That's old news. So why aren't you sitting up here saying, okay, let me move Errol Spence up past Terrence Crawford because he's did more at 47?
Because again, like I said,
I know it's difficult.
I know
it's
because
difficult.
I think you're missing. I think perhaps you
there
didn't
you go
understand
again, talking about what somebody missing.
Okay.
I ain't missing shit, dog.
All right. So then let me answer your question again for the 3rd time. The reason why he was at the reason why I had him highly ranked because of his work before he got to 147. I've never dropped him down. I've never dropped him down this entire time. I was like, Canelo was flirting with it. Loma was flirting with it, but I've always had Terrence Crawford above those the guys because of how many tools he has. So he's been up there since since 2018, basically. I've had Terrence Bud Crawford, my number one guy. Errol Spence has moved up the pound for pound ranks. He's never he's got maybe as high as number 5, but he's never been on the same tier in the pound for pound list as Bud Crawford, because Bud Crawford, unlike Errol Spence, has enjoyed his status from becoming undisputed at lower weight classes. Spence has only campaigned at 147. We had one fight and 154, but whatever. The vast majority of his career has been 147, and he's still collecting belts. He's moving up the list, but he is not past. He's not past Bud on pound for pound list, but he definitely is a better welterweight than fucking Bud.
Okay, if he's a better welterweight, and we're talking about what have you done for me lately? So gathering since the Jeff Horn, now I'm going to insert Jeff Horn because I'm just speaking about origins, right? The inception of his entry into the welterweight division, Jeff Horn, and a lot of people consider him to be a soft touch, a bum, whatever, and felt that, in Australia, he was gifted a decision. So with all that being said, if the opponents and the roster that Bud Crawford has at 47 does not supersede that of Errol Spence, why isn't it enough grading criteria for him to surpass Terrence Crawford at welterweight since it's more current criteria?
I'll tell you why. Like, the only guys in this time frame, like since he's been up there, that could maybe supplant Bud at number 1 haven't been welterweights. There's been other guys who fought at multiple weights.
I'm speaking.
It's been either Loma who's fought at multiple weights, Canelo who's fought at multiple weights, or maybe Usyk who's fought at multiple weights.
You surfing past what I asked you just.
No,
he blatantly asked you. He blatantly asked you this, Smoke.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, the pound for pound list is not just about like one division, which Errol Spence has only been in one division. And yes, that one division that he's been in he's been doing more work than Bud. I think he's the number 2 guy in that one division. However, pound for pound list is about the entirety of his career, not just one division.
So let me ask you this: EJ did more than Bud in his career at 147 versus Bud's career at 147. So if you want to be anywhere, weigh it similarly. In the first 10 fights, how many undefeated champions, how many belts, how many noticeable names did Bud beat at 147? We're not talking about any other weight class. At 147, in his first 10 fights, how many of those noticeable names?
You're just repackaging the same question, right? You've already asked me this question about undefeated fighters. That's why I got talking about Jeff Horn to begin with.
And noticeable names, how many belts did Bud Crawford get in his first 10 fights?
We already know that. He's the same, but he only has one belt, period.
So he got one belt. How many noticeable names did he fight?
What do you mean by noticeable names? What do you mean noticeable? Like, Amir Khan is a noticeable name. Kell Brook is a noticeable name. Like that?
Yes.
Like, Jeff Horn is not a noticeable name. Like that? Like, his undefeated guy is not a noticeable name. But like,
but he had a belt, so we already put him on the list. Now you said Jeff Horn.
No, I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're counting up the names. We're counting up the belts and the names.
I understand that. That's what I'm asking you. Are you saying that Amir Khan is a name, but Jeff Horn is not a name?
I didn't say he wasn't a name. He was an undefeated guy who beat.
Do you think Jeff Horn is a name?
He beat Manny Pacquiao. Anybody who beats Manny Pacquiao gets a name.
Is Jeff Horn a name?
Yes, because he beat Manny Pacquiao.
Is Ugas a name?
Because he beat Manny Pacquiao.
Okay, cool. So just as long as you beat Manny Pacquiao, you're a name.
That's what happens. That's what EJ was doing.
And they both had
literally said he wanted to do was beat Manny Pacquiao so he can become a bigger and better name.
I'm just talking about
so he could become a name.
All right,
so he wanted to beat Manny Pacquiao.
You're trying to put tick marks all over the place now. Come on, man. They had titles, bro.
So here's the thing. Here's the guys I don't think are names, right? I don't think Jeff Horn is a name. I don't think Jose Benavidez is a name. I don't think Green Machine is a name, right? So those 3 guys, straight off the rip, nah. So the names I think the guys he fought that are names are Sean Porter, Kell Brook, Amir Khan. Who am I missing?
Okay, if you fight, so you're saying Sean Porter, Amir Khan, and Kell Brook. and then you said that he got a belt. Who did he get the belt from?
Jeff Horn.
So we will give him that because he got a belt from Jeff Horn, correct?
Okay, so okay, cool. I mean, if you want to, cool. I don't know where you're going.
Okay,
with it, but okay.
so that's 4 people in his first 10 fights, right?
Okay.
So that's a 4 out of 10, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
There's no other noticeable names.
I mean, I don't
nothing
even
else.
think Jeff Horn is a name, but whatever. It's cool. Like, yeah, sure. 4 guys. And 3
He
guys
got a
in the
belt from
champion.
him.
And, like, it's great. So 3 guys in the champion doesn't make him a name just because he had a belt. Like, there's 3 guys and the champion.
So my question to you is this. When he fought Jose Benavidez, was he undefeated?
Was
Jose
Jose
Benavidez undefeated? Yeah.
I think so. I'm pretty sure he was.
When he fought Kavaliauskas, Green Beans, was he undefeated?
I think so, yeah.
So would you give those 2 to him as well for fighting 2 undefeated fighters?
Give it to him in what sense? I don't know what it
As
is
in
you're trying to
that
do.
was worth talking about.
You're trying to, like, first off,
No, I'm asking a question. You can say yes or no.
I don't know what you mean by give it to him. Do I give it to him?
Give it to him that, okay, well, that's worth talking about because
worth talking about. Okay. Being undefeated does not mean we're talking about. No. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. Like, Tom Schwarz was undefeated. So who cares?
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
So,
Safari was undefeated. Like, who the fuck cares?
I'm just making sure so we can keep the same thing going.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to figure out, like, really where you're going with it. Like, because we already
So his
names.
first 6 fights. Go. You want to say 10? Like I started with 10. We can go to 6 if you want to make it shorter. Do you want to stay with 10?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about all of his work at welterweight. I'm actually
okay. All his work at welterweight is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jeff Horn, Benavidez, Amir Khan, Kavaliauskas, Brook and Porter. That's 6. Mm-hmm. So let's compare that to someone else. We're saying, okay, out of those 6, that's 4. He beat a champion and 3 names. That's 4. 4 out of the 6. The 2 that you feel aren't worth counting are 2 undefeated fighters. That's his first 6 fights. Listen. Yeah. I'm going off of what you said. I'll let you decide. Going off what you said is the 2 that don't need to be named are 2 undefeated fighters out of the 6. So he's 4 out of 6. His first 6 fights.
I only said 3 guys have names. You are the one who keeps throwing up Jeff Horn in there because he had a belt.
Because he took a belt.
Right. That's it. That's all we're talking about. Like, do I think Amir Khan is a good fighter? No, I don't. I think he has a name, though.
So we'll put the same thing up with your boy EJ. With EJ. That's fair enough?
I mean, sure.
His first 6 fights was...
Why would you go his first 6 fights?
Because we're doing first 6 versus first 6.
Okay, do you understand that Bud's first 6 fights were at lightweight?
No, we're saying the first 6 fights are welterweight.
Okay, you understand that one guy has spent his entire career at welterweight, whereas the other guy just moved recently to welterweight.
So he's done more and where he just moved there than EJ did in his entire career. Thank you.
But he hasn't done more than EJ. Period. At welterweight.
He hasn't?
No.
Okay, so let's go to EJ's last 6 fights.
Okay, I mean you can. I'm not sure why. Like
his last 6 fights.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think that Bud's last 6 fights are better than EJ's last 6 fights?
I think he did more in his last 6 fights than EJ did in his last 6 fights or his first 6 fights.
All right. So for that to make
I
sense.
would say no because it was titles.
I'm saying this. I'm
It
saying this
was
for the fact
titles
that
included, Sir Senior. It was titles included. So
I was about to say
last
minus
fight,
the
you
title
don't even
part.
compare.
Minus the title part.
But that's Bud's last 6 fights.
That's
They both
that's
got
Bud
titles,
last
right?
6 fights though. You got to
I'm
include the
saying minus
title.
so
Like-
if you include the title of that he just got yesterday,
I know, but you said 6 fights. You didn't say when though.
I'm just saying if we count that one, then I'll say EJ is winning by a belt. He's winning by a belt, but
What do
not
you mean
really.
by a belt? What are you talking? Like one guy's 3 belts that he got in the last 6 fights.
That wasn't in his last 6 fights. That was in his last 7 fights. Kell Brook was 7 fights ago. It's Kell Brook,
He's got 2
Peterson,
belts.
Ocampo,
He's got 2 belts in the
Garcia
last 6
Porter,
fights.
Garcia Ugas. So two belts. Let's do simple math. 2 belts are how many more than 1 belt?
How many belts are in the division? There's only 4 belts in the division.
2
One guy has.
belts. We said we're counting the last 6 fights.
Okay,
So
so he
you're-
got
you
50%.
think- so when-
All right, so you mean to tell me? So one guy got 50% of the belts in his last 6 fights, and another guy got 25% of the belts in the last 6 fights. And your thing is the guy who got 25% of the belts has a better run. Like, really, what are you
I
talking
said
about?
if you weren't talking about the belts, we were talking about the people.
Okay,
And then
so I'm talking about the
you
belts.
said then if we talk about the belts, he has 2 more belts. If you count it, he got 2 more belts. He just got it yesterday. Thank you.
Yes,
He got it
one guy
yesterday.
has 75%
After
of the belts. The other guy
Look,
has
look.
25% of the belts, and he got 75% of the belts in one more fight. If you go by their last 6 fights, like if you go by the last 7 fights or their last 6 fights, EJ is still doing more work at the welterweight division than Bud.
if
And
you go by the
regardless
last
of
7
all of this
fights,
stuff,
Bud
like,
don't
listen,
have 7 fights at welterweight.
If you guys feel
Bud
like
don't have 7
Bud is
fights
the
at
number one guy,
welterweight.
like, I don't.
Bud don't have 7 fights at welterweight.
Say again.
Bud does not have
The
7
reason why he
fights at
said 6
welterweight.
fights because Bud only has 6 fights at welterweight.
Correct.
So
I understand that.
he's
That's
trying
why
to
we have
mirror
to.
up the last
So we have
6
to stop
fights
it.
for Errol
So
Spence.
even if you put it right there, right? Like even if you went there with it, Errol still has better level of competition, more champions. I don't know what metric are you looking for to give Bud the W in this, like, you know, in this. I guess we're squinting our eyes really.
I mean, I can agree
tightly.
with what Smoke is saying. More champions: Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, Udina Sugas. I get it.
They were
I get it.
undefeated.
But I do understand what Sir Scene was going with it because Bud only has 6 fights at welterweight, and you was comparing the resumes. But if you
But
look
it's
at
still
it if you look at it from the last 4 opponents, minus Carlos Ocampo, of course, because he gets no love. Mikey Garcia, 4-weight champion, Sean Porter, 2-time world champion. Then of course Danny Garcia, 2-weight champion, and your Dennis Ugas. So that's a bit more credentials than what Terrence Crawford. Still, Terrence Crawford gonna step on Errol Spence anyway. Their Smoke,
and it's a weird way to squint your eyes to like put Kell Brook on one guy's resume to take him off the other guys. Like,
I mean, that's what they do with Terrence Crawford. They always try to squint their eyes on what
And they
he
put him
looks
on
like.
EJ resume, but take him
Errol
off
Spence.
Terrence Crawford.
I'm
And he's
like,
the
I'm
same
not
person.
he's
He
on
wasn't a
both
different
guys-
person.
He's on both guys' resume, but I'm just not like the only thing that you could say about that thing, like about the Kell Brook stoppage is that that it was a stoppage, right? But I think that people are extrapolating the fact that he stopped Kell Brook to like the fighter that to the Kell Brook that Spence fought, and then saying that he's going to stop Errol Spence because he stopped Kell Brook and did a better job on Kell Brook than Spence. And that seems
He
to be
stopped
like
Kell
a
Brook
weird,
and then
that seems to
turned
be a
right
weird
around and
stretch
stopped Porter.
of what's going on.
He stopped Kell Brook and then turned around and stopped Porter, who arguably, not no argument, the difference in that fight was a knockdown by anybody's record. And that was a split decision.
You do realize that like Adrian Broner dropped Porter, right?
Yeah, that was a flash knockdown. Just
I mean,
like
I
Errol
hear you.
Spence,
I mean,
just like
like,
Errol Spence was a flash knockdown.
I
Both of
get
them
it,
had flash knockdown.
and just like Bud was a
But
splash
but
knockdown.
Terrence Crawford wasn't a flash knockdown.
Yeah,
Both
I
of them. It
mean,
wasn't a flash.
I mean, okay. Wait, I saw the dude pounding the thing and being frustrated, not being hurt. I saw the towel being thrown in because the trainer said he wasn't acting correctly during training camp, not because the guy was on like unsteady, like wobbling all over the thing and like the ref didn't fucking stop a damn thing.
So he got knocked down twice versus EJ knocking him down once. And even with him being knocked down once, one of the judges still said Porter won the fight, even after being knocked down.
Correct, because and I don't understand, like, what is that supposed to be a boon for Bud? I'm missing this whole thing. Like, so
yes, he did way better than him.
So we understand.
He did way better. He took the same test and did way better.
Okay, so if EJ's going into the Porter fight, talking about how it was a fat camp and how he's ballooning up in between fights, going into that fight, and we see that in the fight, and him saying the part of the performance we saw from him was because he was ballooning up in weight in fights, right? We understand that was a thing. So when you're
saying that to give EJ credit for deciding to gain weight and drink.
How are you? No, I'm trying. No, you are comparing the performances of both guys. Now, if EJ was still ballooning up in weight and still drinking and all that shit, then I would be like, okay, that's a fair comparison because he's still doing the same shit. But so now you got one guy being more disciplined, and you're comparing it to a guy whose corner said he wasn't being disciplined.
So you're telling me that a guy who goes to the gym and finally starts working out for real and works out for 6 months, give him even a year, who just started doing that, will be in better shape than the guy who's been doing it his whole life? That's the argument you're trying to make?
It maybe depends on how old that guy who's been doing his whole life is, right?
2 years older.
Right. So then, all right. So here's really what it is, right? So we all saw and we all seen how big fucking Errol has been getting in between fights. Errol spoke on it, said, "I've been doing this whole thing. I've been cheating the system. And going into the Sean Porter fight, it bit me on the ass during that performance, right? And so I'm not going to be doing that anymore, right? So you have that on one side. On the other side, you have the Porter camp saying Sean didn't train properly for that fight. He was slipping on the pimp.
He was capping.
Let me finish. He said that the guy had one foot inside a box and 1 foot outside a box into the broadcast booth and wasn't training properly, right? So you have those two things. But what you are doing, let me finish. What you're doing is ignoring both of those things and saying that they're the same guy, regardless, and this comparing the performances. That's fine. I'm just saying that's what's happening right now.
So EJ's supposed to get credit because he decided to stop drinking and getting fat. And
you can credit or discredit it however you want. That's on you.
You should discredit a person for doing something wrong. That's against him. That's against him. Drinking is against what he's supposed to do as a fighter.
Cool.
Him getting drunk and partying is against what he's supposed to do as a fighter. Yep. Him getting fat is against what he's supposed to do as a fighter. He just deciding now to do it, and then look at how he looked against Ugas. You're telling me that Spence in the ring with Ugas would beat Bud? That's the argument here. I expected to see it pretty much what I saw, but it was kind of an extreme example, right? Like that fight, the Ugas fight was a really extreme example of what I was expecting to see because of how long the layoff was for Errol. I thought that he was going to, it would take him 3 or 4 rounds before he got into his groove. I didn't think that Ugas threw enough shots to actually beat Errol Spence, not ever. But I didn't expect, what I didn't expect for Ugas to throw so few shots. I thought he didn't throw enough shots, but I didn't know he wasn't going to be throwing at all, basically. That dude was just waiting for the perfect shot until he couldn't even get off the perfect shot. I didn't expect that to happen, but whatever. I'm just saying, like, to me, like, this whole idea about, like, because he did a better job on Porter,
he's now going to stop Spence. Like I'm not seeing that.
I'm saying that because
Porter. Stopping Spence is not the same thing as stopping Porter. It ain't. It's not the same thing in my mind. Like it could be in your mind. Stopping Spence is not the same thing as stopping Kell Brook or Amir Khan or Green Machine or Jose Benavidez or Jeff Horn.
I'm saying this, that what you've seen from Bud recently, what you've seen from EJ recently, you compare the last fight. That's what you do. You compare the last fight of the fighter. What is the last time you seen this person fight? Bud is training right now like he was going to fight last night. That's what Bud does. If you look at his training, you see if you go on his channel, go on his Instagram, on his Facebook, look at any of his stuff, you can see Bud was training like he was going to fight last night.
That's so cool. Like he can train. He can train like
what I'm saying is this: if EJ would have even just substitute Bud for Ugas, if EJ caught 2 punches from Bud and stared off into space, he would have been waking up because Bud is one of the best.
Hope that's what would have happened. Or he could have just ate him the same way he ate Ugas's and whip his ass.
When Bud hops on you right then, even if Ugas would have hopped on him right then and just kept punching him, and he wouldn't been able to defend himself when he fell back against the ropes, they would have said that was at least a knockdown, if not stopped it right then. Bud, that's what Bud does.
No, that is a wish that you have.
Hits way harder than
that is
Ugas.
a wish that you have. That is not what happened in the fight. And not only that, you wish that would happen in Bud. Like here's the thing: you hope that Errol Spence has a bigger reaction against Bud's power, but we haven't seen that yet.
I've seen his reaction against Ugas' power.
Correct.
Ugas ain't nowhere as strong as Bud.
And you hope it'll be a different reaction against Bud's.
In either hand.
Correct. And you hope it'll be different against Bud's. You don't know that though.
If he pauses, I didn't say a harder reaction. Just pause and be standing the same way.
Whatever. He's
going home.
He could go home. No, what?
He's going home.
The only thing you're talking about. The only thing you're talking about is Bud's reaction. Bud would react differently than Ugas. That does not mean that Spence would have wilted under whatever Bud got. That is the thing that you are hoping for. You're hoping that Bud has enough to make Spence do something different.
There's nothing that says that any fight that Bud has had, any way he's reacted with any fighter, he destroys them when he gets you hurt. Any real boxing fan, any so-called Bud fan would know that he does that in no matter what weight division, right or wrong.
Yeah.
So if he would have stunned EJ the same way, he would have finished him because that's what he does. Period.
No, sorry. That's where you understand the level of competition that Bud has faced, that he's been doing this against, is not ESJ. That's where you're tripping. That's where you're hoping that it's the same guy, like he has the same results as he's
every person he's fought in the last 5 to 6 years. They say, well, this is going to be his real test. This is his real test. This is his real test. His real test. And he passes with flying colors. Then they have some excuse.
This is not about a real test. This is, again, I'm not even talking about whether or not he's been really tested. We're talking about whether or not Errol Spence has a better chin than Amir Khan or Kell Brook or Green Machine or Jeff Horn or Jose Benavidez or Julius Ndongo or Gamboa. I say yes.
Or Sean Porter.
I say yes.
Interesting, because when Sean Porter got rocked by anybody else, Sean Porter stayed on his feet. Sean Porter was never knocked down twice. He was never dropped.
Sean Porter got dropped by Adrian Broner.
Yes, in a flash knockdown.
Okay,
not
great.
Twice.
All I'm saying to you
not
is,
within 30 seconds of each other.
What I'm telling you is,
what did he do when that happened?
What I'm telling you is that the closest you can see is Errol Spence getting dropped is him getting hit with his back is turned and going into the ropes.
When you get hit and you go into the ropes and the ropes hold you up, that's not getting dropped.
It depends on where that is up to the referee's discretion, right?
In a normal situation, is that getting dropped?
So
if the ropes are holding you up?
Here's the thing. I don't know. Like it could have been the reason why he bounced off the rope so hard was because of where the incident was in relationship to the ropes. Like if that happened on the other side of the ring, maybe the ropes don't hold up Errol Spence, and he's able to he just goes back a few steps.
I've cooked dinner since y'all been talking.
Well, I'm gonna just say this: you ain't gotta do no real research. Just do a simple Google search, and it says it shall be ruled a knockdown when, as a result of legal blow or series of legal blows, a boxer touches the floor with any part of his body other than his feet, or is being held up by the ropes, or is hanging on.
Right,
through and over the ropes without the ability to protect himself and cannot fall to the floor. He was held up by the ropes and he won't protect himself.
Okay, so he wasn't holding himself by the ropes. That's firstly, but this other part
he was held up by the ropes.
Let me finish.
It wasn't protecting
the same.
Dude, let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. You're still going on. Go ahead.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm reading to you what a simple Google search. You ain't gotta do no real research. Do a simple Google search.
Right.
It blatantly tells you that if you're being held up by the ropes, you hanging on the ropes, or your glove touched the ground, any part of your body other than your feet, it's a knockdown.
All right,
that
so can I jump in
now?
Because you just repeated yourself. This is like third time you said the same thing. I'm assuming that you don't have any more points, and you're just reiterating the same thing over and over. Like if you look at that same Google search, you will see that it's up to the ref's discretion. Correct? Above all of those things that you just listed off, it will say it's up to the ref to decide the shit. Correct?
My pause was an answer. The no answer was an answer.
Okay, yes, no. Like I'm just telling you, that's what it is. This is all about a ref discretion shit.
No, the Cornell Law School Institute also says that
it starts off with the ref will decide if it's too much clinching, if a thing like this is all up to the referee's discretion. It's not because like you can point to all this stuff, but it's for the referee to decide. And if the referee decided that, hey, maybe it's this like something. I don't know. I don't think the ref was very good last night. I think that he should have gotten called a knockdown, to be honest with you. I thought he should have got a knockdown called, all of that shit in real time, but I'm not the ref.
So if he got a knockdown like that from Ugas, you're telling me that Bud couldn't do the same thing?
I didn't say that Bud couldn't do the same thing. I saw that, listen, it could have been the exact same outcome. That Bud jumped, but only Bud jumping on him. Like what I think Bud would have done that Ugas didn't do, I think that Bud would have jumped on him. That doesn't mean that
would have stopped the fight.
Okay, I don't know that. You don't know that. You just hope that.
No, that would have stopped the fight unless there was some manila envelope pass.
You don't know that Errol wouldn't have fought back. You don't know that Bud wouldn't have got clipped in that exchange. You don't know what would have happened because it actually didn't happen with Bud.
You watched the fight, right?
I did.
Was EJ able to intelligently protect himself in that exchange after he got the 2 hits and his mouthpiece got knocked out and he was staring off into space? Okay. And then he got knocked into the ropes.
I don't know. He wasn't staring off into space. He was staring at the ground at his mouthpiece. And then he got hit from behind. And then he covered up. And then Ugas didn't follow up. I mean, he did, but he didn't throw punches. He just do that Ugas pressure where he's just looking at you the whole fucking time. I think Bud would have been throwing shots. I don't know that wouldn't have elicited a response from Spence. I don't know that they wouldn't have tagged each other. I don't know what would have happened after that.
So you're saying you're hoping that EJ would have fought back?
No, I know. Like from the EJ, from the Bud that I've seen, I know that Bud would have followed up. From the Errol Spence that I've seen, even in that moment, I saw him still trying to fight, right? So I don't know that all of a sudden Bud is like Bud's power would have made it so that Errol couldn't fight back. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it wouldn't be the issue. Don't know. I don't know that because he jumped on him, he wouldn't have opened himself up to another counter. Don't know. Didn't happen. All of this stuff that just because it would have been Bud equals fight over, like that is a bunch of wishful thinking.
Let me ask you this. When Bud jumped on someone after he hurt him, they had the ability to fight back to win?
After Bud jumped on him and hurt him, they had...
After he hurt him, he jumped on them to...
So you do realize that Bud is undefeated, right?
Oh, okay. I was making sure that you understood that.
No, the question don't make sense. Like, why ask? Like, what, I mean, come on.
I asked a question that I knew the answer to the same way I asked every question I asked you.
I'm straight up. I'm like, we're having a good back and forth, and I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, so please don't try to insult mine.
I mean, you was doing a good job of that on your own.
I mean, I hear you. Listen, if that's what this is coming down to, like a pissing contest, you need to save face and all that stuff. Like, miss me. I like to talk boxing. Like, I don't actually care about
what I need to save face for. My face is clean.
I'm having better points than you and all this. I don't care about that. I'm just trying to have a conversation about boxing.
You're really not. You're really not.
Cool. So cool. I'm not trying to have a conversation about boxing. You figured it out. Even though everything I'm saying is
no, you're really not having better points. You're really not having better points. My point is this. You just said that something that has never happened in the history of him fighting. EJ has been rocked before. He was rocked last night. He was rocked in the fight.
You felt like, okay. I mean, so, it certainly didn't appear to me that he didn't. If that's what EJ looks like rocked, I don't understand like why you guys think Bud is about to stop him.
So that's the only way I'm not responding. I'm eating.
Okay, so if you get hit and you forget that you're supposed to keep your hands up, which is the first thing of boxing is protect yourself at all times, correct?
Yeah, of course.
And not turn your back to your opponent is probably the second thing, right?
I mean, you can turn your back if you're trying to get out the fight. I mean, it's dangerous as shit. Like both of those things are really dangerous, right? I mean,
okay, so if you get hit and forget those things as a superstar boxer, then that means you're probably not in the right state of mind, correct?
Right in what sense? Like you're supposed to like you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing? Like that means you're in your right state of mind? Like
I'm asking you a direct question. You answer the first two, but you see where I'm going, so you're trying to...
I don't understand what you're going. You're asking the same question in three different ways. First, you like saying protect yourself at all times. Then you ask me to turn your back. Do you think you can protect yourself at all times with your back being turned? You're literally asking me the same question over and over again in different ways.
And what I'm showing you is EJ did both of those. He did not protect himself at all times.
They're literally the same thing.
And he turned his back. He did both of those.
Those are the same thing.
So... he did that one behind each other. That means his mind was in the right state of mind. He did the two fatal flaws behind each other.
It's not the two fatal flaws. The two things are the same thing. He did not protect himself by turning his back.
When he got his mouthpiece knocked out, was his hand still up?
Yes, he was still fighting when he got his mouthpiece turned out. He got hit with a good shot, knocked his mouthpiece out. He was protecting himself at that point.
So, how did he get hit with the two shots that knocked him to the ropes? This spectacular boxer who
turning his back.
So, I'm simply asking you, if you're in your right state of mind as a superior, superb boxer, you wouldn't do that, would you?
I'm all right. So in my mind, right, like if you're looking for like what my impressions of it is, my impressions is what we just saw was a guy who was in gym shape, not in fighting shape. So maybe in his gym sparring and all that stuff, when they say time, guys just stop. And he was expecting for his stop. Like when the ref says stop, guys just go back to their thing. It wasn't like a championship fight where everything is on the line, right? So maybe he had a lapse, right? Like, is that what you're saying? Like right mind equals you have lapses versus not having lapses? And really, are you trying to say that because he had a lapse in the Ugas fight, Bud is going to stop him when they fight?
I'm saying the whole argument was this.
Point is with this stuff.
My point is this: the whole argument was if you substituted Bud for Ugas in that fight, if he did the same things in a fight with Bud, what would happen?
You don't know.
Proving he would get knocked out.
No, you don't know
if you in your right mind can't beat.
Bro, you just don't know. There's no way that you can extrapolate if he did the same thing against Crawford that it would have been the same outcome. Maybe he wouldn't even have done the same thing if it was Crawford.
Simple question. Were we or were we not saying that if we substituted Bud in that instance, Bud would have finished him or he wouldn't have finished him was the question. Yeah. Wasn't that what we were arguing?
I mean, I'm saying that regardless, there's no way to know because we don't know how Spence is going to take Bud's power. We don't know this. And that's really all this whole conversation is about, is how is Spence going to look against Bud's power?
Do you think Ugas is stronger than Bud?
Do I think Ugas is stronger? I think Bud hits harder than Ugas. I don't know if Bud hits harder than Kell Brook.
So if Bud hits harder than Ugas and Ugas punches stunned him and knocked him into the ropes, what would Bud's punches do?
Stun him and knock him into the ropes?
Even if you're saying it would do the same thing, he would obviously be hurt more. No, and you said that Bud would automatically jump on him. You're blatantly saying it, but you're trying to talk around it.
No, I'm telling you that it doesn't. What I'm telling you is that doesn't mean that the fight is over. Just because he was hurt more than Ugas, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
All right, I'm good, bro. You said blatantly that he turned his back, which doesn't make sense. That's not good boxing thing. If you turn your back,
of course, I agreed. Like that.
So and then he would got hurt more. That's saying that he would have lost.
Right. You're extrapolating something else. Did he turn? He turned his back, correct? But he did not lose, correct? So just because he turned his back and did not lose against Ugas doesn't mean that he turned his back and does lose against Bud. That's wishful thinking.
Okay, bro.
Appreciate y'all holding it down. I've cooked dinner, eaten dinner, all while y'all was going. I mean, I see from both sides, but you know, one thing I know about Smoke, he's gonna itemize the analytics. You know what I'm saying? Even though he deflect a lot of shit, he does digest and listen to what you're saying. And the same, you know, both of y'all was making good points. I'm gonna jump off, you know, the subject. I want to ask y'all about the Charlos or whatever. Well, I wanted to get your take there, Smoke. What do you think this fight should be take place? You know, Vegas or MSG? I know I've heard a lot of people talk about Texas. I think it'll be a poor environment, in my opinion, in favor of Bud Crawford if he was to go to a decision with Errol Spence. I don't think it'll be something that will be in his favor, especially if it's a close fight. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think the fight should take place?
I am not one of those kind of guys that puts a whole lot of stock in where a fight takes place. Like, I think you are all right. So it may not be the judges that do it. So like in the Jeff Horn versus Manny Pacquiao fight, right? That's the big one is coming up. I felt like it was more about the ref, not the judges. Like, even though The judging was like you could still think that Pacquiao won that fight. I think the reason why it was even close was because the ref allowed a whole bunch of fouling from Jeff Horn, right? So if you're the A side, you can still get a fucked up ref and judges, because you're the one picking the ref and the judges. You're the A side. Like I don't think that's a function of where the fight happened. I think it's a function of picking refs and judges. I mean, but the commission's like where the fight happens, you only get so many judges for that commission.
That was Australia, though. That was for a single strap, though.
So here's what I would like. I wouldn't mind a two-way rematch clause in this fight, to be honest with you. And they could be in both guys' backyards.
Why? What would even bring you to that?
Because
that's asinine smoke that you would think they would take a fight of that magnitude to Omaha. What venue are they going to have it at? The local Walmart?
Oh, well, I mean, I hear you on that one. All right.
When
so
has Omaha,
so I don't know
when
that
has Omaha been the place where you can hold a fight that magnitude?
I mean, but when has Vegas been neutral ground? Like I don't think Vegas is the home of corruption.
Correct.
Like I think it's about like A side in Vegas. It's not about like you're not from Vegas. It's about like A side over there.
Well, that's where a lot of fights are made, and you gotta pay the toll to cross the bridge. In Vegas is that toll. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just like MSG, but when it comes to Vegas, the capacity, you know what I'm saying, the notoriety for the venue. I mean, definitely not Texas. Anywhere but Texas.
So Madison Square Garden, I think, is a good spot for the fight. I think you can make a whole bunch there. But if I am Bud Crawford, I am not afraid of Texas, right? Like I'm not afraid of getting robbed in Texas. And what I am doing my due diligence when it comes to, the refs and judges and all that stuff. I'm just not. I don't know. Texas is not really. What the last thing I remember as being like a weird thing is like the Austin Trout Canelo thing, where they had like they showed the rounds, like the scoring after the 7th round kind of stuff. But is Texas really like home of like guys getting robbed? I don't know.
I'm just saying when they're pushing a fight, you have two fighters, one of the only two fighters in the same division that's on the pound for pound list. Two of the most popular fighters in boxing. And it's a lot of history with the lead up to this, the fantasy talks, the lives, the thousands of live streams and all that. And for us to even get the fight, it's a lot of money behind this fight. It's a lot of money. If Errol Spence, who's been saying he won't Undisputed, it's a lot of money behind this for both fighters, really. I know what you're saying about a two-way rematch, but then you listen to Errol Spence, he say he only has 2 more fights. Well, he just had one with Yadina Zugas. So the second one has to be, the next fight, and then he's moving to 154. So,
yeah, that's a tough one. But
are they going to bless him with a win at Texas, or are they going to be fair, or what?
Yeah. So here's the thing: if you're going to get robbed, you could get robbed anywhere, neutral sites, all that shit.
Correct.
I feel like the robbery thing is more of a function of an A side thing versus the local thing, because then you're going to make Texas look kind of crazy if you start doing shit like that, right? I don't know. I'm just like, maybe you don't want to build up Spence's cachet in his local market, so you take it somewhere else because you don't just be the guy that got your ass whooped in front of his hometown.
I mean, I'd be a fool to sit up here and tell you as if I didn't believe Jerry Jones has pull. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Jerry Jones got pulled, dog.
Yeah, but listen, the other part of this is this. If you think that they can get 70,000 people for this fight in Cowboy Stadium, and you think it's not going to the scorecards anyway, why wouldn't Bud knock him out in Texas versus Vegas or some neutral site?
I understand. That'll be the only way that he can basically have a definitive win, cut and dry. Don't let it go to the scorecards. We know that. But it's just, it being in Texas and everything. And if it is somehow, some way goes to the scorecards, that's when the limit comes into place. That's where, it gets a little sketchy if it's going to be a fair, because boxing all the time, rob fighters. We see it all the time. Even the Maestre and Mikhail Fox, we see it all the time. They don't care. They rob you and you get the booze and shit. And then the lights go off and then it goes away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's more of like an A side thing, which Arrow's going to be wherever they fight. Like you would literally, in order to like alleviate the concern that you have, they would have to fight in Omaha.
Oh no, I don't have concerns. I have, total confidence. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like I know people are gonna bring up the fact that Errol Spence went over to cross the pond and fight, get his belt, this, that, and the other. No, this is for Undisputed. This is a big deal. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's different.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's like I said, like it's more of a. It's like when it comes to guys getting decisions that they shouldn't have gotten. To me, it's more of an A side thing. Like it's hard for me. I'm trying to think. Like when the last time an A side, it's really Manny Pacquiao versus Jeff Horn, where the A side went into like some other guy's hometown and got jobbed. Like,
yeah, you're right, Tony. It'd be Barclay. It'd be D-Ray Barclays.
Yeah, I mean, well, PBC is Barclays, right? But
correct.
I mean, they have an exclusive.
If Arrow's the A side, it'd be the Barclays.
So right, so and that stands to reason, right? But I'm not sure if PBC fighters can fight outside of Barclays. I think the agreement is just Barclays doesn't show any other fights. It's not PBC fights. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work out. I don't even like who is Crawford's promoter. Like, how is he supposed to even negotiate this whole thing? Like, who's doing the negotiation for him?
I'm pretty sure they're gonna start tying up those loose ends in upcoming weeks. You know what I'm saying? We definitely know it's not Top Rank, so therefore, he has an open door, man, on whatever he tries to do. I know there's been placed out there in the media that potentially a 2-fight deal with PBC, but we'll find out. And then MTK Global was somewhat an advisor, however that is, you know what I'm saying, advisor for Bud Crawford. But in upcoming days, I'm pretty sure we hear some info. We hear some news.
So if MTK Global's involved, then that means like Showtime is out. So now they got to get a broadcaster for it.
No, I mean that's just somebody that's advising him, something like that. Why is it going to be out? They have nothing to do with the network.
No, because Steven Espinoza said if he's involved in it, then we're not broadcasting the fight. Like that's just straight out of Steve Espinoza's mouth.
If who's involved?
The MTK Global Pro Bellum, that fucking that Kinahan shit.
Yeah. But he can still advise. He can advise. What do he mean being involved?
Hey, he said there. Okay, so Steven Espinoza is saying he doesn't want any sort of beef with the feds, with the State Department.
Correct.
So as far as he's concerned, if there's any fighter that has links to this organization, he's not messing with it. He does not want the feds going through his books like that.
Well, we know how that we can make that work. I mean, he can relinquish his duties or whatever, resign from the situation, and still Crawford has what he has. I think Bomac is his manager. Right?
I mean, I feel like everybody wants to put the fight on. If Showtime does take their hat out of the ring, I'm sure they could find a broadcaster. I'm just wondering, this is becoming like a Bob Arum thing. I don't know if Bud, I don't think Bud or Arrow wants to go mess with Bob Arum. So now you're left with the zone. Maybe Fox wants to get involved. Like Fox seems very reluctant to get involved in boxing right now.
No, make no mistake about it. Al Heyman is going to have control of this fight. Make no mistake about that. Al Heyman is going to have control of this. He's going to drive this ship right here. It ain't no doubt.
Man, Bomac, the manager, I guess he could be doing the negotiations.
No doubt.
I don't know, man. I think Bud can get a fair shake in Texas, to be honest with you.
Okay. I mean, I don't, but like we say, we're gonna lie and wait, for the upcoming weeks to see what's popping. You know what I'm saying? And see how it plays out for there, because I'm listening to all these channels that everybody have their different opinion on how they think it's going to play out. Some think it's going to be early 2023. Others going to think it's going to be at the, the latter half of the semester of 2022. We don't know, man.
Yeah.
All we know is Errol Spence called him out, and everybody's ranting and raving about it. They happy. He got 3 belts now. So the rest is, when are these two going to fight?
Yeah, so I never thought that this fight was going to be it was never going to happen for anything other than Undisputed. The only question was, is Bud going to have 2 belts by then? And we now have the answer. No, he won't. I expect to see it by the end of the year.
Huh?
I expect to see it by the end of the year.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
my expectation. Like anything else, I'd be like a little bit disappointed. Like if either one, like I saw ring rust in Errol Spence's last 2 fights. I saw ring rust, so I don't really want to see, like, now that he's like got some rounds in, I don't want to see either guy like become ring rusted in this fight. Like, let's get it on. Let's, both guys have been relatively active. Let's get it done.
Well, I'm gonna put it out there like this. Everybody who's tuned in, man, appreciate y'all for pulling up. Real talk, salute to you. Smoke as always, man. Respect to you. I know you always hold it down in the firefight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Enjoy, like, bon appetit, man.
No, man. I respect you, dog. You know what it is, man.
Yeah,
we ain't gonna agree on shit, but I've watched you several times, man. That shit was hilarious. I ain't gonna lie, man. You was just in a house full of damn dogs. It was just like, well, let me tell you. I mean, you handle your debates, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you that. You handle your debates, man. I don't know why you inflict that much self-punishment, but I guess you like it.
Yeah, no, because I don't take any punishment at all. I'm just trying to, like, talk boxing with people who know boxing. Like, once I log off and get into my real life, nobody knows shit about boxing. So this is my time to, like, chop it up with other boxing fans, and I really appreciate the time and I relish it. And I'm not trying to waste my time with, like, with ego trips and all this other shit. I'm trying to learn as much as I can and, bounce ideas off of each other. So, make the sport better and funner and all that shit.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm about to get up out of here, Smoke, man.
Peace,
any final words you got?
Man, I love catching your panels. I hope to do it more often, but it's always a treat whenever it happens. Like, peace to you, peace to the guys who was, also contributed to this episode and the chat too.
And salute to you for pulling up, man. It's always a pleasure. Continue to do your thing out there, man. I know you're gonna be in the doghouse somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Biting and scratching. But appreciate you pulling up, dog.
Peace, man.
All right. Sir Senior, appreciate you pulling up. Showtime, appreciate you pulling up. You know what I'm saying? L File Player was on here earlier. D-Ray in the building. Tony Boswell. You know what I'm saying? Ringside on deck. COP on deck, man. D415. Appreciate everyone who pulled up today. I'm just going through the live chat a little bit. JJ Smith, Teach, Andrew Charles on deck. Man, it's been a pleasure. I've been on here for like 4 hours, man. Man, we'll do it again. Continue to support the channel. Not too many times I have a debate, but you're going to see a lot more of these panels, especially when it's dealing with, Bud Hot Grease Crawford. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's cooking season, baby. You see the fish down there with the lemon? It's cooking season. Errol Spence says strap season. It's cooking season over here. Hot Grease Chronicles, EP numero uno. Expect more to come. We're going to kick it again on these panels. Until then, turn up, tune in.